Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second week of COP. I think I hope we all rested yesterday. That was the day off, and we can start with new energy this week. You can all hear me well? Great. So my name is Giulia Giordano. I'm Director of Mediterranean and Global Strategy at the Italy-based think tank ECHO. And today I have the pleasure to moderate the first half of this session. I'm here together with other organizations from the Mediterranean region who are working together to kick off a conversation about what is and how it could look like an energy transition in the Mediterranean region. A region that we know is a hotspot for climate change, but we also know has great potential for renewable energy development. So today we have an amazing panel of speakers. We are going to divide the session in two halves. I will be moderating the first half together with representatives from different ministries of energy transition in the region. And the second half will be dedicated to the voice of civil society. For those of you who don't know, we are a group of organizations from both shores of the Mediterranean region working together to support an ambitious, but we think very much possible target. 1 terawatt renewable energy development in the region, in the Mediterranean region by 2030. This is the first time that we implement a global target, global ambition, especially that one that we committed to last year in Dubai, into practical, concrete regional implementation. So it's a bottom-up initiative with many of us here that will be speaking later on. So I invite the first panel to join us here on the stage. So Mohamed Ahmed, Director of Fuels and Mining Industry at the Ministry of Energy Transition of Morocco. Please join us. Thank you very much. And Abdelhamid Khalfallah, Director of Energy Transition at the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mines in Tunisia. And do we have also... Okay, we have another speaker joining us soon from Malta, and when he's coming, I will introduce to him. So my first question to both speakers is really to get a reaction from both of you on how do you see energy transition in the Mediterranean region and what your country is doing to move forward with this path, and how do you think regional cooperation on energy transition, on the development of renewable energy can help your country, and how your country can help this process. So maybe we want to start with Morocco, and then we'll go to Tunisia. Go ahead.
First of all, I would to thank you for this opportunity and this invitation, but apologize, please, to speak in French because my English is not very well. Voilà, donc je vous remercie infiniment pour ce side event qui est important parce qu'il porte sur une thématique qui s'inscrit justement au cœur des préoccupations des pays de toute la région de la Méditerranée. Vous l'avez d'ailleurs souligné au départ, la région de la Méditerranée engorge d'énormes potentialités naturelles. Il dispose d'une expertise très reconnue dans le domaine des technologies vertes en général et en matière de la transition énergétique, qui la qualifie à être un des acteurs clés dans cette transition à l'échelle mondiale. Et la volonté de cette région à être un des acteurs s'est concrétisée justement par le lancement de cette initiative de 1 terawatt à l'horizon 2030. Certes, c'est un objectif très ambitieux, mais au regard de la volonté politique des pays de cette région, au regard des engagements déjà entrepris, notamment en termes d'ambition de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, nous estimons que c'est un objectif réalisable si bien sûr il y a une convergence, une coordination en termes de coopération qui se matérialise surtout par des projets concrets qui ont un impact très positif et direct au niveau de toute la région. Donc pour revenir au cas du Maroc, je voudrais juste souligner que cette initiative coïncide justement avec une nouvelle orientation stratégique et politique du pays qui a été donnée par Sa Majesté le Roi, que Dieu l'assiste, pour justement accélérer le développement des énergies renouvelables au Maroc. Nous avons, pendant ces 15 dernières années, nous avons, durant ces 15 dernières années, pu développer quand même une capacité qui cumule aujourd'hui les 4,6 gigawatts. Et nous avons programmé pour les 3 prochaines années de développer 7,5 gigawatts d'énergie renouvelable supplémentaire, sans tenir compte des projets d'hydrogène, sans tenir compte des projets de dessalement de l'eau de mer pour laquelle nous avons pris la décision à ce qu'ils soient tous adossés de projets d'énergie renouvelable et sans tenir compte également du développement de l'autoconsommation. Donc pour le cas du Maroc, donc compte tenu de la planification déjà arrêtée par tous les acteurs, aussi bien publics que privés, nous estimons que notre capacité sera multipliée par 3 d'ici à l'horizon 2027. Donc compte au rôle accordé par le Maroc à la coopération au niveau de la Méditerranée, je voudrais rappeler que notre vision, il se base sur 3 piliers. Le premier, c'est les énergies renouvelables, c'est ce que je viens de développer. Le deuxième, c'est l'efficacité énergétique. Et le troisième, justement, c'est l'intégration régionale. Et là, je peux dire que le Maroc, bien sûr, avec des pays partenaires du Nord, il a réussi à mettre en place déjà des infrastructures opérationnelles en termes d'interconnexion énergétique, gazière et électrique. Il y a des projets opérationnels, il y a d'autres qui sont en projet, notamment avec l'Espagne, avec le Portugal, et qui pourraient servir de levier surtout pour l'échange de l'électricité durable. Sur le plan réglementaire, nous avons procédé à une refonte en profondeur de notre cadre réglementaire pour le développement des projets d'énergie renouvelable, surtout par les opérateurs privés, que ce soit nationaux ou internationaux. Et ce nouveau cadre, il a permis de renforcer davantage la transparence en affichant d'une manière très transparente les frais d'utilisation du réseau, mais également la capacité d'accueil de notre système électrique. Et un autre élément qui est très important, c'est que pour la première fois, on a intégré dans notre réglementation le droit des opérateurs installés au Maroc d'avoir des certificats d'origine qui garantissent, qui certifient, qui justifient que l'électricité qui a été produite est effectivement d'origine renouvelable. Un autre élément qui est très important, c'est que notre cadre réglementaire, il donne la possibilité à des opérateurs privés, marocains, internationaux, d'être installés au Maroc, de produire leur électricité et d'avoir la possibilité de l'exporter à travers soit les interconnexions qui sont existantes. Et si ces interconnexions ne le permettent pas, il peut être autorisé via une ligne directe pour l'export de l'électricité produite à des consommateurs qui pourraient être installés au niveau de la rive nord de la Méditerranée. Donc je terminerai par un certain nombre de recommandations peut-être pour rendre beaucoup plus fructueux ce partenariat. C'est que, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, il faudrait qu'il y ait des partenariats win-win. Il faudrait que cette transition, que ce projet ambitieux soit accompagné par un transfert de technologie, une intégration locale, un développement de l'industrie de technologie verte aussi bien au pied du sud, un renforcement de capacité, la mutualisation des moyens et particulièrement en termes de recherche et développement et bien évidemment la mobilisation de financements appropriés pour permettre de développer des projets dans le cadre de cette initiative. Et merci.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Ahmed, if I pronounced it correctly. And I mean, Morocco is a really one of the leading countries in the region when it's about, development of renewable energy and regional integration. And I think Tunisia is also stepping up with ambitious plan for both regional integration. We know there are discussions with Italy on a cable to connect Tunisia and Italy, and also ambitious plans for the development of renewable energy. So, Dr. Khalfallah, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation. If you want, I speak French or English. What do you want? I don't know if all of you can understand French or there is translation.
There is no translation. I'd say English would be better.
I will try in English to let my
Fantastic.
friends here to understand.
Shukran.
Merci. So, as you know, Tunisia, geographically, we have a good place in the north of Africa. So, we have a great potential of renewable energy. And since many years, in Tunisia, we put a program for renewable energy development. So the first step is at 2015, we put the regulatory framework in Tunisia, the law number 12 in 2015. So this regulatory framework permitted four types of production regimes. So locally and exportation also. So on the local side, we put a goal to reach 35% of renewable in 2030. And we started this program in 2017. So now we have about 700 megawatt installed, but we have in the pipe about 2 gigawatt in the pipe. So many projects are under construction, the other are under financing, and other on the bid step. For the next period, 25 until 30, we have a program to reach, as I said, 4.8 gigawatt. And to reach this goal, I think there is many challenges for us. And I think this question cannot be resolved locally. So we have to make a certain consultation and cooperation with our neighbors, as you know. So the first is to make interconnection. So we have actually an interconnection with Algeria and Libya, and in 2028 we have the interconnection with Italy with 600 megawatt of capacity. It's not very strong, but it's a good step to make other capacities in the future. And this interconnection will help us to not only to exchange energy, but essentially for the grid, for the stabilization of our grid. It's very important. I think if we want to reach this goal also, we have a lot of work on the storage. Our second issue in Tunisia now is storage. So we have many projects under preparation and studies, such as the STEP, storage pumping storage project, with a capacity of 600 megawatt, and also we have a reflection now to put some projects for batteries, and we need now some studies, technical studies. We have to la mise à jour. Update. We have to update our contracts, our regulatory framework to put storage projects. And I think the third thing to reach this goal is financing. So financing is very important. Now we have many bids ongoing. We have 200 megawatt for the we call in Tunisia the authorization regime for small and medium projects until 10 megawatt PV, not very but small projects. And we have a bid for this, not a bid, but it's not it's authorization, just a sample authorization. There is no competitive process for this. So 200 megawatt, it's about 50 projects for small size. And also we have large scale projects now under bidding, 1.7 gigawatt. So this bid is launched since December 22, and we finalized now the first round, and in the next months we will launch the second round for wind and solar. So we invite companies from the region to participate. So it's very interesting for us to have good tariffs, to have financing through private sector. And on the other side, now we have a new program, very ambitious, for the hydrogen, as you know. So the hydrogen, we started since 2 years to prepare our strategy and roadmap. It's ready now. We have a goal to reach 8.3 million tons until 2050. It's very huge, and it requires a lot of work, a lot of money, and essentially the infrastructure. And I think in the region, especially Italy, has a great role to put this strategy, because we cannot export hydrogen, especially the pure hydrogen, without having the pipelines through Italy, because we are very near and close to. So now we have we signed 8 memorandum of understanding with companies, and there is companies from Italy, from France, from Germany, from the region. And we will work together in the next period to put in place the regulatory framework and a strategy how to develop the infrastructure. Thank you. If you have any question, I am here.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for my English.
No, it was,
Sorry.
it was wonderful, and I think, I mean, there is a lot to explore about hydrogen. Maybe we should have a complete other panel to understand what is the future for this new resource that needs still to be understood better. Maybe before moving to the other panel, since the second panel here will be hosting representatives from civil society, my question to both of you would be, what organization from civil society from the region can do to support governments in this journey for energy transition and renewable energy development? What are your recommendations for this network of organizations to do in the next steps? If you have any suggestion, please.
Merci. Moi, je pense que vous l'avez d'ailleurs souligné lors de votre mot introductif. Nous l'avons d'ailleurs souligné tous les deux. la réussite de la transition énergétique au niveau de la région est basée sur la mobilisation de toutes les forces, que ce soit autorités gouvernementales, que ce soit acteurs publics, société civile, opérateurs privés, bailleurs de fonds. Donc tout un chacun a un rôle à jouer pour réussir et porter cette stratégie. Je voudrais quand même revenir sur un point qui est important, qui a été soulevé par mon collègue, c'est le développement du réseau et des interconnexions. Je pense que l'un des points forts de cette région, c'est d'avoir justement la possibilité que les deux rives soient interconnectées. Parce que un des défis des énergies renouvelables aujourd'hui, surtout solaire et éolien, c'est l'intermittence. Et le fait que nos réseaux soient interconnectés permettrait d'atténuer de l'impact de cette contrainte technique. Un autre élément, c'est le développement des réseaux. Pour le cas du Maroc, par exemple, l'atteinte de nos objectifs fixés en termes d'énergie renouvelable nous oblige à multiplier les investissements en réseau par 5. Et il y a des mesures réglementaires qui ont été mises en place pour permettre aux opérateurs privés également de contribuer à ce réseau, parce qu'auparavant c'était une exclusivité de l'opérateur système, mais ça nécessite bien sûr un développement ou un accompagnement par des bailleurs de fonds, que ce soit marocains ou étrangers. Donc je terminerai par dire que le secteur des énergies renouvelables, c'est un secteur où toute action de coopération sera fructueuse pour tous les pays de la région, et le Maroc place cette coopération parmi ses priorités stratégiques. Merci.
Thank you so much. So we all have a role to play.
Bon, je pense, je vais prononcer cette fois-ci en français, c'est plus simple puisque c'est pas technique. Et donc, les ONG, je pense qu'ils peuvent jouer un rôle très important pour la transition énergétique, étant donné que cette question n'est pas juste l'affaire de l'État, mais elle touche à toutes les couches sociales, au secteur économique, à la population. Et donc, ils peuvent jouer un rôle dans la sensibilisation, aussi bien pour la population locale que pour le gouvernement. Ils peuvent nous aider avec des idées. Donc, en Tunisie, on travaille beaucoup avec les ONG, justement pour avoir une certaine acceptabilité des projets et des programmes. Et donc, ils peuvent jouer un rôle essentiel, ils peuvent donner des recommandations. Dernièrement, j'ai participé, moi, en Tunisie, à Djerba, à un séminaire avec de la société civile, et on a fait beaucoup de recommandations qui vont être soulevées pour le gouvernement. Et donc ça nous aide beaucoup pour ne pas avoir des problématiques lors de la mise en place des projets. Actuellement, surtout pour la question de l'hydrogène, il y a beaucoup de soucis, beaucoup de questions qui se posent sur la question de la production de l'hydrogène, de l'export, des grandes sociétés qui vont venir, qui vont prendre notre potentiel. Et donc, il faut éclaircir aux gens cette affaire, et que ça va être du win-win. Et de l'autre côté, il faut peut-être expliquer davantage la question environnementale, le dessalement surtout. Donc toutes ces questions, il faut travailler beaucoup avec la société civile pour pouvoir mettre en place la transition énergétique. Et d'ailleurs, actuellement, on parle de la transition juste. C'est pas juste la transition du gouvernement, non. Il faut avoir une transition juste qui tient en compte le côté social. C'est ça.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Shukran كتير. And thank you to our speakers. And I'll give the floor to my colleague Jawad Al Kharras to moderate the second part of this session. Please, Jawad.
Thank you very much, Julia. Unfortunately, Manuel Sapiano, the CEO of Water and Energy Agency in Malta, got stuck outside, but whenever he arrives, we can give him the floor. So now, as Julia mentioned, so now we will give the floor to the civil society organization. So we talk about TerraMed initiative, which is a unique initiative, in terms of the mobilization. So we are not only, we will work not only with government, but also with civil society organization, with think tank, the private sector, industry. The idea is really how we can boost together this ambitious goal of 1 terawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. And as mentioned in the last question, so obviously the role of the civil society organization is very, very important in supporting the governmental effort to reach this just and inclusive energy transition. So as we say, I mean, is a matter of 4P: public, private, population, partnership. So we need also to have all the people. So we need to have the people in the heart of this process, so to succeed this just and inclusive energy transition. So without further ado, I will call our distinguished panelists. I will first start with Bengüsi Özenç, Director of Sustainable Economies and Finance Association in Turkey. Thank you very much. Second, I will call my colleague Luca Benganaski, the co-founder and director of ECO, the Italian climate change think tank. Thank you very much, Luca. And then Francisco Ferreira, professor at the Nova University of Lisboa and also president of the Zero Association of Sustainable Earth Systems. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for coming to this sub-panel, let's say. My question would be, I mean, how do you see, I mean, the civil society organization and think tanks contribution to this TerraMed initiative? So we know that the government are who really put the policies and the regulations and the financial mechanisms or incentives to attract the investment and financing. But definitely also the think tanks, civil society organization have a role to play in terms of supporting the government in developing assessment analysis, but also to make sure we succeed, or the government succeed in a just and inclusive energy transition, way that we succeed to get the expected socio-economic impact, but also the protection of the environment. So from your perspective, Bengüsi, how do you see the role of your association in Turkey pushing the Turkish government to contribute to this goal of 1 terawatt renewable by 2030 as a collective goal of the Mediterranean? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. And maybe I should start with the context, Turkish context, you know, how it looks from the Turkish perspective in terms of, you know, new renewables targets, because, you know, it's looking hopeful. First of all, maybe I can start with what we're foreseeing in 2016 was 1 gigawatt solar and 1 gigawatt wind investments per year. And then, you know, it was the official. And then in 2022, in just 5 years, we saw that we tripled that target, you know, 3 gigawatt per year for solar and wind. So it was looking hopeful already. And 2 years later, in 2024, what we are seeing is that the national target, official national target, is additional 9 gigawatts per year until 2035. So it's looking hopeful. And it's also looking hopeful from the perspective of the civil society, because it's matching the targets that we are foreseeing for phasing out of coal, you know, having 120 gigawatts of solar and wind installed until 2035. That was foreseen in our report back in 2020, you know, and we were rooting for phasing out of coal. So what we are saying as a civil society is matching now with the official targets. So that is good. We would like to align with the government in terms of, you know, moving forward. And how this looks for the TerraMed initiative, I think. So I was looking at the numbers. So 400 gigawatts. I think we can just, you know, reduce it by 5%, because Turkey is now matching it with its official target, you know, newly announced official target. So Turkey is a big country with its population. Turkey is an industrial country with increased value added and very, I mean, steady increase in its value added. So there's a very good portion for Turkey to play into, you know, industrial production, for the region, and would also in line, that will be also in line with the government targets in terms of investing in renewable production. What I think the other part of the story, not phasing out of no orderly phase out. So there's a good chance that we would miss the just transition part if the government is not vocal about that. Asking for more about the renewable as not only as a industrial target, giving more opportunities for the investors. That's totally okay, of course. If we are matching it with the other side, we plan for the coal region. So that is very critical for Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bingusi, for these insights regarding what's happening in Turkey and the role of civil society organization. I was happy to see that there is sort of alignment, at least in terms of the expectation, but then obviously more if we want really to succeed in just energy transition. So from national level to regional level, so Luca, from your perspective as ECO is the Italian climate change think tank, but I know that not only you work in Italy, but you work at regional level. How do you see, ECO and together with the other actors in the Mediterranean region pushing this energy transition process to contribute to this 1 terawatt renewables by 2030, taking into consideration there is obviously not homogeneous progress. Obviously there are, the potential is there, a huge potential between both shores of the Mediterranean, probably 4.5 between solar and gigawatt between solar and wind, but is not yet exploited. There are ambitious targets mentioned, for example, by Tunisia and Morocco, but still we need
The great panel was really encouraging to hear the progress and the plan in Morocco and Tunisia, and this is, I think, exactly what we need first. First, we need the level on, and in short, we understand the national context and understand how through cooperation we can accelerate. It's true that we need to work and mentioning on solar, on wind, offshore wind, and interconnection to become a real champion, a global champion for renewable energy, and to build a renewable industry in the region. So, cooperation and for looking for next year in particular, and as a European, maybe from a European perspective. So there are processes in which it's going to be really important to bring in the North African voices, in particular in Turkey, and this is the Pact for the Mediterranean that the European Commission is thinking about. This is going to be a high-level political process where all leaders of Europe plus the Mediterranean one are involved, and we need to make sure that this vision of terror is included in the Mediterranean. So this is one process. Of course, there is also the Med9, so Mediterranean 9 convening, which is where all the 9 southern European countries meet to discuss energy. We need to make sure that Northern African and our friend from Turkey are also part of that. At the moment, they're not, and I think that could be a bit of a problem in terms of coordination. And what we need to avoid is basically avoiding two speeds. The Southern European go in one direction, and the Northern African catch up. I think our North African friends are doing a lot already. So we what we will be looking also for, and from a think tank perspective, very interesting mapping the financial flows, so both bilateral and multilateral financial flows that are going into the Mediterranean region, to understand basically the financing gap that we have, because we are worried that even though there might be project development on the ground, and government might do all the regulatory change that needs to be done, that there might not be enough finance to flow in. So we want to make sure that and understand what are the potential financial instruments for that. It's quite interesting the model that Brazil put forward this year with the country platform, which are mechanisms to attract public and private finance, and we want to explore that as well. So it's about, again, building all the building blocks, starting from diplomacy, political will, finance, and I feel pretty confident hearing from Tunisia and Morocco that there are plans for renewable, so that's, I think, there's not going to be the problem. Actually, we're going to see more and more, and the cost of renewable are so cheap now, or in the region, that the economic case is just there. Basically, we want the economic case, so we just need to, as Morocco also said, and Tunisia, change the regulatory system, make sure the finance is there, and work together in a way that we are coordinated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Luca, for this insights, especially highlighting the role of climate and energy diplomacy. Definitely, we need to make use of this tool, climate and energy diplomacy, to boost this regional cooperation, but also to advocate, as you mentioned, for example, for the TerraMed initiative into the Mediterranean Pact, and hopefully, obviously, the European Commission is an important player, definitely, and together with the southern Mediterranean countries, we can somehow boost this cooperation in terms of sharing also best practices, and in terms of the policies, the regulatory framework, in terms of which kind of financial mechanisms succeed to accelerate, the pace of solar or wind, etc., and so on. So thank you very much, Luca, again. So now I will give the floor to Francisco. I know you have two hats, so as a professor at the university, so and research and innovation for energy transition, and developing emerging energy technologies, and boosting this goal of 1 terawatt of the Mediterranean. So from this perspective, academia, how can we contribute to this collective work or efforts? And also the hat of Zero Association. I know you a lot, so in the Mediterranean energy. So how do you see sort of the civil organization that are important in Portuguese government for contribute to make their target more achieved? Just to highlight that, I mentioned
invitation, and to say that the university is actually very important, playing a role for the national energy and climate plans, and also for the roadmap for 2045 carbon neutrality in Portugal. All studies in by the new initiative on how we can have an energy system that supports more and more renewables, and also give us a chance to have a system that works, because as you can imagine, of Europe, interconnections except with we hope to have with Morocco, as already been told by in the previous panel. So we really think that we need to have this technical analysis to be absolutely sure that we have all the conditions to actually provide gold. Now on the zeros push a lot. Portugal is very fortunate of renewable sources from biomass to solar that is expanding, and also wind. Right now, in this year of 2024, we have more than 80% of our electricity coming from renewable sources. And but again, the challenges are very similar. We need storage, we need better grids, more interconnections. So it's really important to have all these issues combined. At the same time, it is crucial for us to look at, for 2030, Portugal will duplicate the wind capacity, both onshore and particularly offshore, and will almost pull photovoltaic within these next 6 years. It's true that we're talking about very low numbers, but we're a very small country, so we're talking about going from 6 to 12 gigawatts on wind, and we're talking about 8 to 22 gigawatts on solar. We have been pushing for this, but this movement towards renewables has to integrate people. We want to have a sustainable approach, not to damage areas that are important, for instance, for biodiversity or landscape. We need to go forward very fast, but at the same time looking at the future and selecting the best places to actually provide both the grid and the projects we have to implement.
Thank you very much, Francisco, for this very important insights, in particular highlighting the importance in parallel with boosting these renewable capacities. We need to invest in parallel into the grid, into the infrastructure, into the interconnection, but also the storage. So this goes side by side with the effort that we are targeting as TerraMed initiative. But also, what you mentioned, also important as a role of civil society organization to make sure that these projects are developed in a good way. I mean, with the due, socio-economic impact assessment studies and environmental, in particular, protecting the biodiversity and making sure that we are making the renewable energy impacts positively in the ground. So as my colleague Julia, asked the government representative earlier, so I would probably ask the same question. What do you expect, or what do you actually request from the government? For example, Bengusif in Turkey, what kind of recommendation, if I can say, you can give to the government of Turkey in order to facilitate your work that you do in the ground to make really this process, as we said, just inclusive energy transition, and obviously contribute to this goal of 1 terawatt of TerraMed initiative.
So it would be important to actually take the NGOs as an ally. Up until now, it was usually us on the one side, the government on the other, because we were pushing too hard for the government to take more concrete action. But now we are seeing that we are aligned. Now we are allies in terms of that the industrial players are also pushing for increased targets and increased investment. So it would be a good opportunity for us as a government, as the NGOs and the industrial players to come together and have this playing ground as an initiative, as a national initiative to increase the climate targets as well. So what we want is taking this step, which also the national targets are realizing, as a step up for Turkey to increase its ambition at the national level in terms of climate targets. So that's my point on this.
Thank you very much. So if you
just say that we have been with the Portuguese. I think it's very to landscape further Europe where we have to push for the Union as the right leaders. It's this pyramid, and that's what we want to do, not only act, but also European level.
Francisco, thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Luca, from your perspective, I know, to the government, but the very much. The inclusive the work and participation this goals.
So, main question would be for European leaders. So I think what we lack now is clarity of priorities. So to European leaders, some are very clear, others much less so. So if you listen to Prime Minister Meloni, she made a long list of things that goes from renewable to gas to hydrogen to nuclear fusion to CCS. So this is very confusing for investor and for the industry because we don't have illimited capital to spend. What is the priority? Whereas, for example, if you listen to the speech from the Greek Prime Minister or the Croatian Prime Minister, were much more clear about a sense of directions. And I think it would clear agenda for priority. So what should come first? We actually don't know because there is too different. Whereas we think that renewables, especially solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, and grid and battery should come first because they underpin they will be in the oil energy system of the future. So no matter what you do, and they are the cheapest option already in the Mediterranean region. So we would like to see that level of priority. Understanding also for the rest what it means. That the way, the more we do renewable, the more we can organize a gas phase out in the power sector over time. What I wish we could have more from, especially from Southern European, and I think listening to again Morocco and Tunisia, it was very clear how renewable were very much on top of course. I think if we listen to Algeria and Libya, we probably hear more gas is on top there. But I think it really needs to put renewable on top and work with our leaders in Europe to make the number one priority, not just a priority, but the number one. Thank you.
Much for highlighting the need of prioritizing, especially so to have clear messages from the leadership. They put renewable really in top priority, but which is not the case necessarily in all EU countries. So thank you so much, Luca. I don't think how much time we have still, so we can still maybe afford any question from if no question from the audience, so you're so just an announcement. So at 12:30 we have a mobilization for the TerraMed initiative. Where place where exactly?
TerraMed initiative is a bottom-up initiative supported by many organizations from both shores. There is a group of civil society organizations from the southern Mediterranean shore that are organizing a mobilization outside the pavilions area. So an area anyway, just we can go all together. It's just very close at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you very much again to the panelists. Thank you to the audience. Thank you very much.
but there is not that one. Like, I think I prefer, yes. Like this? Okay, and I look where? Where's the camera? Because I don't see the camera. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, good. So I need to look there or not? Okay. I'll do my thing. Yeah. Am I? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today to discuss green skills and climate-smart university curricula in the Mediterranean. It is worth noting that this discussion was put together by the Higher Education and Research Division at UFM, and we will be hearing later today from our colleague Petra as well. In the meantime, we're happy to gather on this day the major regional university networks who are in the front line of youth empowerment. And today's generation of youth is the largest in history. In the Mediterranean shores alone, 250 million of people are under the age of 30. This force can be a force for positive change, but their contribution to sustainable development, peace and stability is also remarkable. This reflects the enormous influence that universities have in shaping the regional's future, but also their big challenge and responsibility in a rapidly changing regional and global context. Our goal today is to pull lessons learned and recommendations about adapting university curricula to the challenges posed by climate change in the Mediterranean region, and what works and what are the major challenges that universities in the Mediterranean are facing. I hope that the answers to these questions will serve as a useful guidance and motivation for universities in the region, and that they will be an important input for a major stakeholder event on green curricula that the UFM is preparing in May next year in Tunis. So on behalf of the UFM, I thank our partners who made this event possible, the three university networks, UNIMED, TETIS, and CIVIS, and I'm pleased to welcome the director of UNIMED, Marcelo Scalisi, and invite him to share with us his thoughts before we launch this session. Thank you very much. Marcelo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adri. Thanks the Union for Mediterranean and to our colleague Petra for this opportunity to share with you some reflection on the importance of this initiative, the work that we are doing and the work that universities are doing in this perspective. You mentioned, Adria, at the beginning that the importance of students empowerment. As you know, UNIMED organized a very important event on this perspective, which is the Mediterranean Student Summit. But now we are working jointly with our sub-network on climate change coordinated by the University of Girona and by the University on not only on how to launch a common initiative on climate change and a master study on climate change in the Mediterranean region, but also how to involve students more and more in this perspective. Today you will listen also the experience of one of the study that we coordinated that is called ASMET, to listen to student perspective on climate change. This is also what we are trying to do in many other activities. For instance, next week there will be a meeting at the Met Dialogues here in Rome to discuss about students' community on climate change and environmental issues. And we are also part of the Science Policy Platform for Climate Urgencies. And also, we contributed to another network, which is MEDA-ERE, which is a network of environmental economists. Having said all this is just to underline again the importance of this priority for a network like UNIMED, the idea that this common problem that we are facing in the Mediterranean region could be solved or at least addressed just working together. There is no way There is no other way to manage this. We are obliged to work together, and this is the spirit of activity of UNIMED and also of all our members. And we will continue to support our researchers, students, members, to work together and to launch, hopefully, jointly with the Union for Mediterranean and the other network and the other player, a common initiative on new curricula in the Mediterranean region and new common initiative involving, as I said, also our students community. Thank you very much indeed for the work that you are doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcello. Thank you for your kind words. I'm also pleased to welcome here on stage today Mr. Jihad Al-Sawari, the Acting Secretary General at the Jordanian Ministry of Environment. Please join us on stage. And also Mr. Vittorio Negreto, Research Manager at the University Lecturer at UAV University of Venice. I hope I pronounced correctly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Al-Sawari. So, Jihad, does Jordan also face big lack of green skills? I would like to hear how your universities are coping, what is their experience, but also what are the main achievements that have been done on this regard.
Thank you very much, Ines. And first of all, I would like to thank the UFM for holding up this important event and for all the efforts that they have been doing in the past. And as Jordan, as you know, we are co-chairing along with the EU, the UFM, and we are very aware of the efforts that are being done within the UFM. Please allow me to welcome you to this event to emphasize the importance of empowering young people with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitude for a greener future. Of course, this will be a good opportunity to exchange ideas on how to promote green skills towards climate-smart university curricula. As you know, for Jordan is fully aware of linkage between green skills enhancement and climate action. So, I mean, we are doing as at the local level, at the national level, at the regional level, and at the global level. We are doing so much efforts to address climate change, and we are aware of the great and the importance of this linkage between our climate action and the enhancement of green skills. Of course, we know that also that the enhancement of green skills in Jordan will enhance the national curricula framework where students will be exposed to more practical interventions on the ground. In this regard, Jordan has been making great and green efforts towards transition into green economy. And this for the opening of bigger opportunities for green skills. And this actually started in 2020 when Jordan developed its Green Growth National Action Plan, which actually focuses on 6 sectors: energy, water, waste, agriculture, tourism, and transport. This plan is actually being implemented by the line ministries responsible for these sectors, and it's followed up by the Ministry of Environment, and it actually includes pathways for supporting green skills in Jordan. We have developed, in this plan, we have developed 86 actions and interventions. And on the 6 sectors that we mentioned, especially we focus on renewable energy, energy efficiency, climate smart agriculture, including the techniques, the hydroponic, the water harvesting and water treatment and reuse, the transition into e-mobility, and the development of sustainable waste management systems in Jordan. When we developed our Green Growth National Action Plan, we actually focused on the implementation of 5 green growth objectives. So one of the objectives was related to social inclusion. So we emphasize that social inclusion within the green economic transition, where no one should be left behind, entails that the participation of all segments of society, including women, youth, to be part of this transition and to acquire the necessary green skills. Jordan now is in the process of assessing the potential creation of green jobs in different sectors. And so we want to know, what do we have? How much is the potential for green skills? And we are implementing some projects related to this aspect. One of the projects is related to green jobs creation, which is actually supervised by the Ministry of Environment, and it's implemented by the Global Green Growth Institute, and it's supported by COICA. And it's actually focused on the equipping the refugees and host communities with the green skills. So we think that green skills are necessary to create economic opportunities and to provide income sources to create sustained green jobs for these segments. Another project which actually focuses on the raising of awareness of local communities in arid areas, it actually includes students about the protection of water resources and rangelands. We actually covered about 100 schools in this project. And we are aware that the private sector is a major player in this transition and in this process. So we make sure that the green and environmental dimensions are included within the curricula in Jordan, the national curricula in Jordan. And this is done to enhance the awareness and the importance at different levels of environment protection, green in transition, and climate action. Our grades in the schools from first grade to 12th grade curricula have been updated, and this to include the environment, biodiversity, and climate change education, to make sure that the next generation are well equipped of this and well informed of these crucial topics. In addition to that, we have an ongoing continuous cooperation with the universities. We actually formed a committee which gathers the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Education to review these dimensions and to actually review the curricula and come up with more comprehensive inclusion of these dimensions within the curricula. What we are doing nowadays, we are actually working in the process of development of Green Employment National Action Plan. So this includes green employment analysis. So we must start by analyzing the situation. And we are actually making like green skills gap assessment. So we want to identify the gaps between green skills available and the current needs of employers. So we want to make like matchmaking. In addition to future demand of green jobs and skills are actually being assessed. We are at the Ministry of Environment, we don't work in isolation from other entities. We always work in a participatory approach. So the whole process actually involves the relevant line ministries, the civil society, the NGOs, the private sectors, the universities, and others. Now we are actually, as a Ministry of Environment, we are cooperating with the Ministry of Labor and the GGGI to deliver green skills training to job seekers, including, of course, women, youth, and refugees. We have a partnership with Al Hussein Technical University to have the training on solar panel installation and maintenance, and also about electric vehicles, because you know we are witnessing in Jordan an increased demand on electric vehicles, where about 25% of the vehicles in Jordan are electric or hybrid, which is one of the highest in the world. So we must have people and skills prepared in this regard. In addition to training on the climate smart agriculture and water efficiency. Moreover, the Ministry of Environment is supporting green training, green startup incubation, and acceleration programs. The official kickoff of the incubation and acceleration program will take place in January 2025, and candidates are being recruited as we speak. Finally, I would like to emphasize on the fact that green job creation is challenging. So this task is not an easy task. It's challenging, where it requires active coordination with several ministries and entities. The existence of limited relevant data and the lack of basic understanding of environmental issues are actually among the major challenges encountered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jihad. Thank you for the comprehensive overview of what is being done in Jordan at university level, and also how that complements the different line ministries and its overall approach. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to Mr. Negreto. We would like to hear from you. I mean, your focus is on integrating resilience and climate change adaptation into urban planning and design. This kind of climate-related mainstreaming is important for all university programs. So what are your recommendations for universities who wish to make their programs more climate smart? Thank you.
Thank you, Ines, for the question, and thank you also to UFM for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I come from the UF University of Venice, and Venice in Italy has a strong relation with the Mediterranean. Of course, it also has a famous story of also a relation with climate change. So the adaptation and the living with the water, it's something that is deeply into the culture of Venice. And our university deals with the themes of planning, of architecture, of design. So all those processes in which you can shape a city, a building, an object around, and the relation with sustainability has been carried on for the decades, but the most recent part is also looking at how can we adapt to the pressures of climate change, and so bringing the themes of resilience, bringing the themes of adaptation, but also disaster recovery, metabolism, use of resources within a project. And the very interesting thing of these domains is that we have a multidisciplinary approach, both in what we teach, but also in the background of the students that attend. So we may have, for example, in the planning courses, we have a master in urban planning for transition. So this transition towards sustainable, adapt, resilient systems. And we accept, and we have students with coming from political science, social science, economics, obviously design, architecture, life sciences. So this gathering of different knowledge, the students already learn how to speak and how to relate to other domains in already when they are studying, when they are collaborating to do joint projects, because within the domain that we teach, it's always a big part. There's theory for sure, but the practice is designing, is thinking about cities, is drafting a plan for a city. So this interdisciplinarity is at the core, and my recommendation will always be try to foster this as much as possible in a way that the complex challenges of climate change require a lot of different knowledges to collaborate and find solutions jointly. So we try to foster this within the bachelor and the master courses. We also have let's say, post-grad specializations and the PhD school, but let's focus on the formal education. And we try to, first of all, bridge, and a recommendation, I'd say, something that works well from our university is bridging research, the research themes, the innovation, the new perspective on the world, on the climate change, from the research directly to the education. So get this involvement is a very effective way of giving students the tools and to plan for the future they will be working in. No? And the second one is also the inclusion of, let's call it real-world practitioners. So what's outside academia and research? So, for example, there's a yearly workshop of 2 weeks in which the major schools from all over the world of architecture and also design firms come and they teach to students all at once this on same challenge-based approach. So it's really opening up and widening up the view on these topics. And for example, there's also a lot in urban planning. Students have real-world challenges. We have the mayor coming into our university and saying, I have these problems, I need to find solution for this. And the students take up their courses based on also looking the best solution for that specific context. And finally, I want to take space also to the other speakers, but we are also very keen on the internationalization. So the international networks of research for sure, but also we have relations with, for example, the Erasmus Plus or the Erasmus Mundus programs helps us to exchange students, staff, experiences. We had an EcoMed project with France and Greece, focused on the sea, on the Mediterranean. So exchange of students and views and topics. And for example, we're also promoting now a new course within the cluster of water, a new course on maritime spatial planning that is fed by these experiences of research, but has also the endorsement from UNESCO and the IOC. So we're also keen on bringing international voices within our classes, in our lectures, to make sure that students have a very broad, wide perspective on the research, on the jobs that are currently going on, and also on the network and other approaches around the world. So summing up, I will say opening up the rooms in the university to all other aspects of the actual challenges of climate change that are bringing in, for sure, from the academic point of view with theory, but also challenge-based objectives and courses and experiences are very important in the domain of planning, architecture, and design. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vittori. And it's good to hear that actually the students are cooperating with other countries, with students from other countries, but also that they're trying to find solutions to concrete problems that are faced by the municipalities or local governments. So it's very concrete as well. Thank you. We'll now have a recorded message from researcher Carol Switzer. Unfortunately, she's in a plane right now, so she left us a recorded message due to a flight change. And we're pleased to launch the presentation of a brand new study on integrating green skills into education and research. So she has 3 top recommendations for us today in a video. Let's have a look and we'll discuss later. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carol Schweitzer from Paradigms. Paradigms is a social enterprise working in higher education and research initiatives in the context of international cooperation. First, I would like to thank UFM for the opportunity to share a few words about our recent work with them in the Mediterranean region to support professors and researchers integrate green skills into their curricula. So what is the relevance of higher education and research within the context of the COP proceedings? We're 10 years into the 2030 agenda, so we should be 3/4 of the way there. Are we though? At this point, it's clear that the global community faces challenges in meeting these historic goals. In fact, COP29 opened with reflections from world leaders about these challenges. Who should be responsible for reaching these goals, and how can they do it? There is a growing recognition of the role of higher education and research in bridging the gap between these lofty political aspirations and the concrete actions it will take to get there. After all, education paves the way to the future through the world's youth. And research facilitates the creativity and innovation we need to truly transform our society. Graduates need to understand the importance of the link between economic, social, and environmental progress, the so-called just transition. Green skills are key to this transition. By integrating them into academic curricula, higher education institutions can equip students with the competencies they need for new job markets and contribute to a thriving, sustainable economy. In the Mediterranean region, we have made progress. There are inspiring examples of initiatives, study programs, partnerships, and community-focused projects that provide opportunities for young people to try things, to learn things that motivate them to gain skills that eventually will contribute to a sustainable economy. The focus of our research was to tap into this existing expertise, provide a forum to exchange knowledge among these experts, and to share experiences and research and resources among academics in the Mediterranean region. I encourage everyone to check the UFM website and read our publication that synthesizes these results. Here, I will point out 3 main recommendations to higher education and research institutes. First, we need to strengthen strategic foresight. The world is changing faster than ever. Educational institutions need to keep up. Competition for resources, research funding, and the best students is getting harder and harder. To succeed, universities must adapt. Traditionally, we've focused inward. We focus on academic freedom and exploring without constraints. But this must change. We need to look outward at global trends that affect our institutions and the employability of our graduates. By doing this, we can remain competitive and stay ahead of the challenges coming our way. The second point is skills anticipation. We must anticipate the skills that are needed in the future. This isn't just about survival, it's about staying relevant. Universities face pressure from new government policies and global markets. To respond, we need to work more closely with policymakers and industry. We must bring sustainability into our core activities, into our teaching, our research, and our operations. This will keep us legitimate and help us produce graduates ready for the future. These graduates will lead the way in creating a more sustainable world. And finally, we need to make our own organizations green. So we need to do for ourselves what we are teaching other people to do for their organizations. Universities have complex structures. Departments often work in silos, which can limit communication. Despite this, universities play a key role in advancing green skills and research. To meet demands of the future, we must act together. Universities need to take a more strategic approach and communicate across the organization. Sustainability should guide every decision we make, not just in sustainable projects and projects in sustainability, but in everything we do. This means we must stay at the forefront of green innovation and education. To do this, we must use all the resources and tools available to us, and only then can we address the complexities of the changing world and lead the way in sustainability. Again, I encourage everyone to go to the UFM site and read our book, and we would be happy to connect in another way with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Good to hear the recommendations. We'll now hear from Mr. Josep Subiros, Director of Campus of Heritage at the University of Girona, Spain, and Coordinator of UNIMED Subnetwork on Climate and Environmental Change. Mr. Subiros should have joined us already online, and the question I have for you is that UNIMED, being the biggest regional university network, has concluded an extensive survey among its members on their climate-related programs. We are pleased to have its results presented here today at this event, and we would like to hear what are the major findings of the study. Thank you. We cannot hear you. I'm not sure if you're muted. Still cannot hear. I ask for my technician team just a couple of seconds. Shall we try again? Please bear with us. These last-minute technical hiccups always happen online. I'm being told that that we'll need to move to the next speaker while we are waiting for the technicians to try to fix the situation. Apologies, Mr. Subiros, but we want to hear from you. So I'll give the floor now to Ms. Camille de Garridel-Thoron. I hope that she's already online and ready to intervene. So there is another Euromed University network with a strong focus on climate, TETIS, and I'm pleased to greet its president, Camille de Garridel-Thoron, Director of Strategic Projects and Networks at Marseille University. Mrs. Garridel-Thoron, how does TETIS approach the topic of climate and what are its recommendations? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your invitation. Do you hear me well? Everything is all right?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm very happy to be here among you today. So yeah, what can Mediterranean universities do to tackle climate change? Mediterranean universities, as you know, are uniquely qualified to address the urgent challenges raised by climate change due to their geographical location, diverse expertise, and ability to act as hubs for research, education, and innovation. And they must identify and address obstacles while building on successful measures to empower students to face climate challenges. So the TETIS network brings together over 80 universities from 20 countries across the Euro-Mediterranean region, and it is coordinated by Aix-Marseille University, one of the largest French-speaking universities. And since its beginning, the network has actively promoted environmental sustainability, making climate change a priority in its international agenda. So I can give you a concrete example about interdisciplinary training on climate change. In May 2024, we organized a groundbreaking workshop in Madrid, in Spain, together with the Autonomous University of Madrid, bringing together over 40 PhD students from diverse disciplines, countries, and universities to discuss the complex impacts of global and local environmental changes with an interdisciplinary approach. What is interesting is that the participants also contributing to drafting a TETIS PhD students' declaration on climate change. These documents summarize the key recommendations and innovative approaches to integrate climate-smart principles into university curricula, for example. You can find all this recommendation and the TETIS PhD students' declaration on the TETIS website. So among 50 recommendations, the PhD were really involved, really into it. So they made 50 recommendations and 3 stood out. The first one on integrating climate change into all curricula and offering final project options on climate-related topics. The second one on fostering collaboration among Mediterranean universities to create a platform for climate-related activities and curricula. And the third one for engaging media and marketing students to incorporate climate-related education into their films, their social media campaigns to promote awareness and action. And looking ahead, the next TETIS PhD workshop will be held in Marseille in June 2025 and will take place together with the 25th anniversary of the TETIS Consortium. And the thematic will focus on the concept on sustainable city, a pressing topic for Mediterranean communities. And I would like also to focus now on a French national initiative. Indeed, we are witnessing significant directive from the Ministry of Higher Education and Research following the report by Jean Jouzel and Jean-Luc Abadi. This report mandates that all students in higher education in France must receive a basic foundation in cross-disciplinary knowledge related to ecological transition in accordance with the European Green Card. So this directive requires at least 30 teaching hours on topics such as climate change, including mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity and its preservation, and resources and their availability, including energy. So the focus is on fostering interdisciplinarity through ecological transition for sustainable development programs. And so the Climate Council of Aix-Marseille University is also involved in this curricular adjustment, and we are looking forward for the outcomes of this action to present them to the partners in the TETIS networks. I think the outcomes will be very important for all the Mediterranean universities. And the key point I would like to emphasize is that for this curriculum adaptation to be effective, the reforms must be institutionalized. And so at Aix-Marseille University and within the TETIS networks, we also benefit on innovative educational tools, such as the Civis MOOC on climate and energy, but I think that Professor Skerlund will present it, and also My Earth in 180 minutes, which is the first academic workshop designed to collaboratively create scenarios for reducing carbon footprints and, of course, the climate fresque. So, yeah, to conclude, the TETIS network is really involved in climate change awareness, and we try to build on all the different initiatives I present to you. And I would say that Mediterranean universities, with a strategic position and collaborative spirit, are at the forefront of efforts to address climate challenges. So I think together we can rise to this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camille. Thank you for intervention. We'll give the floor now to Josep Stubiros, director at UNIMED. I've been informed that it should be working already, so let's hear from...
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Nice. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much to give me this opportunity, especially to UFM, to explain some of the key findings from the questionnaire University Curriculum on Climate and Environmental Change in the Mediterranean Universities. I don't know if you can see the slide.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, this questionnaire is part of one initiative by UNIMED's subnetwork of climate and environmental change, made up of 42 institutions from the Mediterranean region, committed to promoting scientific knowledge and understanding on climate and environmental change. Not only climate change, also environmental change. So more a general overview of the impacts of climate change. The purpose of this questionnaire is to gather information on the curriculum offered by universities in the Mediterranean region, with a focus on courses related on climate and environmental change. In fact, this is one of the main objectives of UNIMED Climate and Environmental Change Summit work, is to support universities in the definition of key competencies in learning programs related to climate and environmental change. In this context, a questionnaire has been developed to learn about training offered in the field of climate and environmental change in Mediterranean universities. It was addressed to higher education leaderships, to the universities and or professors working in this subject. For the moment, we have received 44 answers from the different members of UNIMED. It is still ongoing with the objective to increase the number of answers. But we have some interesting preliminary results that I think are quite important in this topic that we are talking about today. Firstly, as can be clearly seen in the first column chart, it is essential to highlight the importance and the interest shown in expanding the offer of training in the field of climate and environmental change. 93% of the participants consider it's important or extremely important. The latter category, extremely important, accounts for almost 2/3 of the total. There is therefore a clear awareness of the importance of promoting this type of education. The questionnaire highlights in another question that there is a preference for interdisciplinary learning that is connected also with the colleague of Venice that was talking about the experience in Venice. This idea of the importance of the interdisciplinary learning, almost 98% of the answers. Secondly, as can be seen in the pie chart on the right, one of the barriers, and for me this is very important for the implementation of climate and environmental change studies, is the lack of professors adequately trained in this area. 11.4 have no professors specialized in the subject. 20.5 have 5 or less professors in these topics, and 36.4 have between 6 and 10. This means that nearly 70% of the universities have no professors at all or extremely small numbers of professors to broaden teaching in the field of climate and environmental change from an interdisciplinary perspective. This should therefore be one of the first actions to be addressed. The training of teachers, the training of professors in this subject from an interdisciplinary perspective. Without resolving this gap, we cannot guarantee the necessary implementation in the university of programs on this very complex subject, addressing in an interdisciplinary manner all its various dimensions: ethics, socioeconomic, political, scientific, technological. It seems to us an extremely relevant conclusion to begin reverse the situation at the level of the university education in the field of climate and environmental change in the Mediterranean. Thank you for your attention. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Joseph, and apologies for the hiccups with the technicians. I'll move on now to our next speaker, which is Mr. Adil Salhi, professor at Abdelmalek Essad University of Morocco and coordinator of UNIMED Subnetwork on Climate and Environmental Change as well. The question for you is that to empower youth for climate action, it's important to know their attitudes and expectations in the first place. There is an interesting regional survey that has been conducted through ASMEC project, coordinated by UNIMED. And we would like to hear from you what are the most important messages that have come out of that survey. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. Building on the insights shared by my colleague José, who highlighted the perspectives of university leaders, I will follow up with the voices of university students who are the individuals who will shape the future. Both perspectives provide a comprehensive and balanced view of the challenges and opportunities in engaging youth on climate action. In a project, ASMEC project, on Mediterranean students' attitudes with regard to the challenges related to climate change, led by the Italian University of Urbino, coordinated by UNIMED and funded by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we surveyed university students across Italy, Morocco, and Lebanon, and the findings point to three recommendations that are both practical and urgent. First, we must prioritize youth-centric climate education because education is the foundation of action, and students who receive formal education on climate are far more engaged and aware. But this education must go beyond theory. It should be cross-disciplinary, connecting climate science with migration and economic realities to prepare students for real-world challenges. So if we make this investment now, we may empower youth not just to understand the problems, but to lead the solutions. Of course, this will build both knowledge and confidence to act. Second, we need to foster institution trust through transparency. The findings also state clearly that young people will act when they trust their institutions. This means transparent policies, visible leadership, and honest communications from leaders are essential. And when youth see their leaders delivering promises and tackling challenges head-on, they are far more likely to join collective efforts with energy and commitment. And in other words, trust is the bridge that connects policy to action, and without it, progress slows. And finally, we must establish legal protections for climate migrants because climate change is already driving migration and the impacts are growing. Youth totally support legal frameworks to protect climate migrants, seeing this as both a moral responsibility and a practical necessity. These protections are not just about managing migration, but they are about affirming human dignity and fostering global cooperation to address one of the defining challenges of our time. Altogether, focusing on education, on trust, and on the protection for climate migrants can turn the energy, ideas, and determination of young people into real progress. These three steps ensure that the perspectives shared by university leaders and students align to create actionable and lasting solutions. I think that this sounds like an opportunity across a generation and perspectives to build a future we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adil, for your wise words. I will now move on to our last speaker that will join us online, Mr. Alasdair Skelton, Chairperson for the Climate, Environment and Energy Hub of the European Civic University Alliance, CIVIS. The question we have for you is basically from how does the experience of CIVIS relate to all the recommendations that we have heard so far? If you could expand a bit on that, it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the sound work?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I would like to thank the Union for the Mediterranean for organizing this important event. I'm here because we know that because we have been so slow to respond to the climate crisis, we are now passing on enormous challenges to the next generation. As educators, it's our responsibility to do all we can to equip young people for these challenges. I'm here speaking on behalf of Civis, Europe's and Africa's Civic University Alliance. We are 17 universities across Europe and Africa. Specifically in the Mediterranean region, we have universities in Athens, Madrid, Marseille, Rome, and Casablanca. And together, we are co-creating education. Our purpose is to better equip the next generation with the skills they need to take on the climate crisis. One part of this effort, which is the co-creation of a master's program in transdisciplinary studies of climate, environment, and energy, involving almost all of our partners from across the entire alliance. What we've learned in that process has been said by just about everyone speaking at this excellent meeting today. We've identified 3 learning goals. Each one of them has actually been spoken about already, which I'm really pleased to see. Learning goals that we need for this kind of curricula, we need to equip scholars to speak each other's academic languages. But that I do not mean that that we need to speak each other's actual languages. But I mean that a geologist needs to be able to speak the language of an economist so that that geologist can read papers written by economists and understand what they're about, and in reverse. This is the way we're going to drive change forward so that solutions are no longer siloed, solutions are broad and really going to work. We need to respect that climate change is different in different places. The Mediterranean region is enormously hard hit. The lessons from Valencia are truly horrible. At the other end of the spectrum, Northern Europe is seeing an increased growing season, and there can be an attitude that there are benefits, and we need to get rid of that way of thinking and care for each other across Europe. And when we move further into Africa, the situation is even worse. We need to respect that climate change is different in different places. And knowledge needs to be co-created with society. So we need to stop having professors telling society what to do. Instead, we need to be working with society to meet their needs with real challenge-based educational solutions. I'd like to close by welcoming all of you to the launch of this master's program, where we're going to bring 30 transdisciplinary scholars together to learn about climate, environment, and energy. They'll be starting in Stockholm, Sweden, then they'll be moving across Europe to all different universities. They'll be meeting educators from the Mediterranean region, the rest of Europe, and from Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Skelton. I'm very mindful of the time. We've exhausted our time, but I would like to give the opportunity to the speakers, but also to the audience in 30 seconds. If you have any wrap-up recommendations or closing remarks, I would be pleased to give you the floor. So, please.
Yes, thank you. I would like to, well, first of all, thank all the other speakers. And I think there's a message also coming from I'm glad, sorry, not with this. I'm glad that all the universities across the Mediterranean are also, we're moving together towards this direction. And I would like to stress also what has been said about empowering the youth, empowering the students, empowering the next generation, because the messages about climate change are so severe that can also drive a psychological reaction of saying it's a challenge that is too big and I cannot do anything about it, so I'll forget about it. So it's important to also give skills, techniques, to empower them to take up the challenge, because we also need them to face what we are in the next decades. So there's also has to be a way of giving them the role, an active role of finding solutions and taking up the challenge with all together into this.
Thank you very much, Vittorio. I don't know if you have any other remarks from our online speakers. I think my technicians tell me that no. So we'll wrap up here. Thank you very much to all the speakers. It was a stellar panel, and I would like to finish on a positive note that indeed today's generation, young generation, is the most qualified in history. We have hope for the future, and we believe that with the right skill set, the universities can help to bring that transition. Thank you very much from the COP29 Mediterranean Pavilion, and we'll hope to hear from you soon as well. Thank you. Petra is online? Okay.
Yeah, if we have a couple of minutes more, just 2 or 3, for a short wrap up. Hello to everyone in the pavilion and online speakers, and many thanks for this very rich debate. It's nice to hear all regional stakeholders speak with one voice and share the same experience. As Vittoria said, we're all moving in the same direction, which is very reassuring. For me, the most important message that came out of the debate is what Vittoria just said. It's that by placing students first, we're really empowering a whole generation of the future to drive green transition and tackle climate change and all other environmental challenges. So we are not talking about curricula here. We're really talking about our future, the future of humanity. The second thing that is very important, I think, and that came out clearly in the debate is also the foresight, like that universities, just as all other stakeholders, really have to turn outside and to invest more into foreseeing the trends and being kind of in advance so that they can really cope with their programs and everything they offer to the students. And third, the importance of interdisciplinarity that has been mentioned by so many speakers. On the one hand, working together between different policymakers, ministries of education, ministries of environment, ministries of labor, but then also ministers working together with industry, working together with academia, civil society, and so on. Opening up classrooms to experts to really share real cases, real challenges, equipping youth not only with skills and knowledge, but really the capacity to tackle real life challenges is super important. And then last but not least, the importance of internationalization. Well, this is why we're all here together here to address the same challenges together, really investing a lot into internationalization of study programs and all the study offer, and make youth across the region work together, make researchers from the region work together. But yes, we have here the university networks on board that are all about working together. So we are best placed to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra. Great to hear from you. Thank you for the closing remarks. That's it from our side. Thank you.
Presidente di Earth Day Italia e fondatore di Earth Day Europe, che per la prima volta si affaccia sulla scena internazionale con questo meraviglioso padiglione del Mediterraneo di cui siamo partner. E quindi prima di cominciare questo evento, che è un evento sui giovani, nella giornata dei giovani che le Nazioni Unite dedicano ai giovani in occasione di questa COP29, chiedo a Grammenos Mastroianni, che è il vice segretario generale dell'Unione per il Mediterraneo e che è il padrone di casa in questo padiglione, di farci un suo piccolo saluto di benvenuto. Abbiamo collegato? Just a minute.
Eccomi, sembra.
Eccoci, sì, ti vediamo.
Eccomi, scusa, prima l'audio non connetteva. Allora, intanto mi scuso che non sono presente di persona, ma oggi non sto forse proprio bene. Questa è una giornata fondamentale, perché quello di cui si sta parlando alla COP è esattamente il futuro prossimo, in cui quelli che oggi noi chiamiamo giovani dovranno laurearsi, lavorare, per poi creare delle famiglie e via dicendo. Ma tutto questo diventa più difficile se il sistema naturale è, come dire, a ramengo. Allora, io ho un messaggio che mi viene dal cuore, non mi viene dalla professione per i giovani. Facciamo attenzione, la COP va bene, la COP va male, un anno va bene, un anno va male. Sarà importante, ma fino a un certo punto. Il nostro riflesso di pensare che il clima è un problema grande, quindi spetta ai grandi risolverlo. Le Nazioni Unite, i presidenti, i ministri certamente hanno il loro ruolo, però se facciamo un passo indietro, cosa possono fare tutti questi grandi? Leggi, provvedimenti fiscali, accordi internazionali, che sono pezzi di carta. E né la società né l'ecosistema reagiscono ai pezzi di carta. Questi diventano importanti quando sono una maniera per far muovere quelli che veramente possono fare una differenza. E chi è che può fare una differenza? Siamo io e te, nella scelta di cambiare le nostre abitudini. Siamo frenati in questa scelta da due sensazioni. La prima è che siamo solo gocce nell'oceano e la seconda è che comunque sia un sacrificio. Rinunciamo a qualcosa di bello che ci ha dato l'economia moderna per salvare il pianeta, ma entrambe queste percezioni sono assolutamente sbagliate. In realtà, ogni volta che noi facciamo una scelta di sostenibilità, scegliamo di avere una vita migliore cibo, migliore aria, migliore socializzazione e alla fine molte volte anche di avere più soldi nel portafoglio. Quindi non c'è ragione per dire no, io non ci sto. E la seconda è pensare che siamo solo gocce nell'oceano. In realtà se ogni nostro piccolo gesto mette in moto non una conseguenza, ma una catena di conseguenze che si propaga su tutto il sistema, senza contare che il nostro esempio contagia gli altri. Quindi nell'osservare il va bene e il non va bene delle COP, vi chiederei di ricordare che i veri protagonisti siete voi. E poi c'è un altro fatto. Io appartengo, ahimè, alla generazione che questo mondo l'ha sfasciato e non ve lo consegna molto bene. Però per rimetterlo a posto non bastano soltanto le buone intenzioni, servono nuove idee. Ora, se voi prendete un campo come per esempio la fisica, prendiamo la fisica quantistica. I grandi geni della fisica quantistica hanno avuto le idee che hanno rivoluzionato il mondo in età comprese fra i 21 e i 26 anni. Poi si diventa un po' più gnocchi, meno capaci di creare. Prendete in mano il vostro destino, perché abbiamo davvero bisogno della vostra novità, della innovatività, della vostra creatività, della vostra capacità di mobilitare ben oltre quello che siamo capaci noi. Se io decidessi oggi che il mio lavoro nelle COP, nell'ONU non è servito a niente, decidessi di diventare influencer, ma sarei patetico. Voi sì che potete tirarvi indietro una grande scelta collettiva di cambiare le cose. Non voglio rubare più tempo a questo momento che considero assolutamente cruciale e ringrazio Pierluigi e la sua squadra per averci voluto raggiungere al padiglione mediterraneo. Era proprio il pilastro che mancava. Abbiamo bisogno di Earth Day, abbiamo bisogno dei giovani.
Grazie mille Grammenos per le tue parole, ti auguriamo di guarire prontamente, non te ne tornare a casa, c'è ancora una settimana di duro lavoro da fare qui alla COP, mi raccomando, la tua funzione è assolutamente secondo noi decisiva. Allora, veniamo a noi. Comincia quindi questo piccolo momento ma importante per Earth Day Europe dedicato ai giovani, perché a settembre a New York le Nazioni Unite hanno messo in piedi un momento assolutamente decisivo, cioè hanno creato un summit per il futuro all'interno del quale si è dibattuto di quanto le questioni mondiali per il clima, per le disuguaglianze, per la tecnologia che avanza molto rapidamente e per tante crisi che purtroppo hanno un respiro globale, quanto le Nazioni Unite siano adeguate, quindi hanno messo in discussione loro stesse e nel farlo hanno detto abbiamo davanti delle sfide globali, non abbiamo quella serenità, quella capacità, quel metodo per affrontarle nella maniera adeguata, però siccome le nostre scelte ricadono sui giovani è assolutamente decisivo che certe decisioni vengano prese anche alla presenza dei giovani, rispettando i giovani e soprattutto rispettando quelle che sono le future generazioni, cioè quelle di coloro che non sono ancora nati. Allora io chiedo a Francesco Corvaro, che è venuto a trovarci e che rappresenta veramente il momento, la figura decisiva per il governo italiano in questi negoziati, perché è l'inviato per il clima dell'Italia e quindi è la persona che rappresenta la politica del Ministero degli Esteri in armonia con quella del Ministero dell'Ambiente per affrontare questi negoziati portando la visione europea sicuramente, ma anche portando questa attenzione che le Nazioni Unite a settembre hanno voluto dare nei giovani con una dichiarazione che era la dichiarazione per le future generazioni. Francesco.
Allora, intanto grazie per l'invito, è un piacere parlare qui in italiano perché di solito qui è solo in inglese, quindi è bellissima questa cosa. Sì, allora vengo proprio da un evento dei giovani sulla mobilità dei giovani per ragioni climatiche ad esempio. L'Italia, come hai detto te, partecipa con la Comunità Europea ai negoziati, ma qui è un negoziato particolare perché si parla del ruolo dei giovani all'interno del framework della COP. Io non ho già nascosto ai ragazzi che tutto sommato forse potrebbe anche essere arrivato il momento di fare un upgrade a questo framework COP che ormai è in vigore da tanto tempo e in tanto tempo il mondo è tanto cambiato e la voce dei ragazzi è una voce che dovrebbe avere un peso maggiore all'interno di questo framework. Questa è una cosa talmente vera che anche il governo italiano, che come sapete non gode di risorse particolarmente floride in questo periodo, ha comunque deciso di prevedere un programma apposta per i ragazzi che è Youth for Climate, proprio per valorizzare i loro progetti. La voce dei giovani è essenziale perché? Primo perché sono interessati al problema, molto più spesso di quanto si possa avere in certe sale di negoziato dove non è cattiveria ma va riconosciuto che prendono piede altre problematiche che magari con il clima hanno molto meno a che fare, quindi la voce dei giovani ci richiama sempre di più alla necessità di ritornare all'origine, cioè di cosa stiamo parlando? Stiamo parlando di la casa comune, cioè se cade quella tutto il resto degli altri interessi finisce immediatamente e quindi assolutamente per loro un ruolo importante in questa COP o anche in un nuovo framework sarebbe più che auspicabile ed ha un appoggio non indifferente dall'Italia.
Ecco, Francesco ha anche un altro grande merito, cioè non solo è una persona diciamo così, che rappresenta la politica italiana per il clima da tutte e due le prospettive, quella degli esteri e quella dell'ambiente, ma è anche uno scienziato che si occupa di tematiche ambientali ed è un professore universitario, quindi una persona abituata a trattare con i giovani. Oltretutto, come vedete, è di una disponibilità straordinaria, è sempre presente quando lo si chiama e soprattutto quando lo si chiama per coinvolgere i giovani. Ecco, prima di andare ad interpellare i ragazzi, perché oggi ti abbiamo chiamato proprio perché c'è un confronto con i giovani, vorrei una piccola prolusione anche dal presidente Stefano Laporta, che è il presidente dell'ISPRA, quindi del centro di ricerca che in Italia abbiamo il più importante ed ha veramente un capitale di competenze e di scienziati incredibili. Pensate, 1400 scienziati all'opera ogni giorno per la protezione ambientale, ma è anche ai vertici dell'Agenzia Europea per l'Ambiente, quindi portatore di una consapevolezza tecnica e politica della comunità europea, perché voi sapete che quando arriviamo in questi consessi arriviamo con una visione già concordata con gli altri paesi partner dell'Unione Europea. E inoltre Stefano Laporta ci racconta anche di un'iniziativa formativa, quindi dedicata a tutti, ma anche ai giovani, soprattutto ai giovani, che l'ISPRA ha appena messo in campo proprio con una legge dello Stato.
Adesso ti do una notizia: l'ISPRA proprio oggi ha ricevuto un premio dal presidente Babayev per la transparency, perché sono loro che supportano il Mase per la presentazione del report sulla trasparenza, e per averlo fatto in anticipo oggi hanno ricevuto un certificato dal presidente Babayev.
Allora Stefano, ci sei?
Metto le
Sì,
cuffie.
grazie, buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno Pierluigi, buongiorno al nostro inviato per il clima e buongiorno soprattutto alle ragazze e ragazzi che ci stanno ascoltando. Io adesso non so bene quanto tempo io abbia a disposizione.
Noi siamo insieme 45 minuti, 50 minuti, quindi
allora,
poi faremo parlare i ragazzi e vorremmo anche il tuo riscontro sui ragazzi, insomma.
Allora, intanto voglio ringraziarti e ringraziare anche la tua associazione per questa iniziativa. Io davvero con piacere ho aderito a questo momento, perché credo sia davvero fondamentale, soprattutto in questi giorni, confrontarsi con le ragazze e i ragazzi, e dirò subito dopo perché. Un saluto anche a tutti gli altri panelisti che vedo, con un saluto particolare a Grammenos Mastroieni, a cui ovviamente faccio anche gli auguri di una prontissima guarigione. Ma le cose che dicevate, intanto ringrazio anche il nostro inviato per il clima per aver voluto citare quanto è avvenuto stamattina, poche ore fa. Siamo stati effettivamente premiati, ma questo premio è merito delle ricercatrici e dei ricercatori di ISPRA che hanno supportato il Ministero dell'Ambiente e della Sicurezza Energetica ad ottenere, diciamo, questo certificato sulla trasparenza, proprio perché siamo convinti che le informazioni ambientali, i dati ambientali debbano essere il più possibile aperti, utilizzabili, condivisibili, fruibili da tutti. E su questo abbiamo davvero investito tanto nel nostro lavoro quotidiano delle colleghe e dei colleghi, perché non è sempre facile tradurre concetti scientifici in concetti che siano poi ad uso e consumo di tutti, anche dei non addetti ai lavori. Ma proprio per questa necessità di voler informare costantemente i nostri cittadini, i nostri concittadini sulle principali tematiche ambientali, io credo che questo sia un tassello fondamentale verso quella transizione culturale che deve poi accompagnare necessariamente la transizione ecologica. Ma io, diciamo, sono d'accordo anche con te sul fatto che cercherò di ridurre al minimo il mio intervento, devo anche portarvi il saluto e prenderò anche qualche minuto dello spazio che avevate riservato al nostro direttore generale, che però ha avuto un'improvvisa indisposizione legata purtroppo a mali stagionali e quindi non potrà essere con noi Maria Siclari stamattina. Quindi farò io anche un po' una parte che in qualche modo avevamo deciso di condividere, anche per non abusare della pazienza delle ragazze e dei ragazzi. Però intanto volevo dare, anche come dicevi tu, in un quadro più generale, in un quadro europeo, prendendo anche spunto da quello che purtroppo è successo qualche giorno fa a Valencia, perché noi ci muoviamo in uno scenario che non è solo nazionale, è uno scenario europeo, uno scenario continentale, uno scenario però mondiale. Davvero interessa tutto il pianeta il tema delle sfide, delle grandi sfide ambientali che abbiamo davanti. Quindi quello che è successo qualche giorno fa a Valencia, e ne abbiamo ancora negli occhi quelle terribili immagini, è proprio il frutto dell'impatto dei cambiamenti climatici sul nostro pianeta. c'è stata lì una combinazione particolare tra eventi meteoclimatici e l'innalzamento della temperatura del mare, che il mare, lo ricordo, parliamo del Mediterraneo, quindi del mare nostrum, del mare comune, quindi lo registriamo anche in Italia. Qualche settimana fa l'abbiamo vissuto per l'ennesima volta, con conseguenze per fortuna meno tragiche in Emilia-Romagna, ma insomma siamo in una situazione oggettivamente complicata, in una situazione in cui dobbiamo intervenire. Però questo ci richiama, in uno scenario più complessivo, alla fragilità del nostro suolo e del nostro sottosuolo. Il nostro è un paese idrogeologicamente estremamente fragile, come sappiamo, e come anche bene credo che i ragazzi inizino anche a sapere e a prendere consapevolezza. Auguro a tutti loro di non vivere sulla propria pelle quello che hanno vissuto i loro coetanei in Emilia-Romagna, appunto dicevo i loro coetanei spagnoli a Valencia qualche settimana fa, ma è bene che comincino ad acquistare la consapevolezza di quali sono le caratteristiche del territorio in cui vivono, e da questo punto di vista noi come ISPRA produciamo rapporti e documenti che si possono tranquillamente scaricare sulle principali piattaforme oltre che sul nostro sito, e quindi si può cominciare ad avere un'idea di qual è la situazione, almeno sui principali temi ambientali, su tutto il territorio nazionale, leggendo questi documenti. Ma per quanto riguarda il tema, diciamo, del dissesto idrogeologico, quindi così entriamo subito in una delle tematiche più importanti che dicevo hanno poi stretta attinenza con i cambiamenti climatici e con i loro impatti. E pensate, ragazze e ragazzi, che quasi il 94% dei comuni italiani è a rischio per frane, alluvioni ed erosione costiera, quasi il 20% del territorio nazionale è classificato a maggiore pericolosità per frane ed alluvioni. Questo significa circa 1,5 milioni di abitanti sono a rischio frane, e quasi 7 milioni di abitanti, di nostri concittadini, sono a rischio di alluvioni nello scenario a pericolosità media, perché gli scenari poi cambiano nella loro intensità di pericolosità. Abbiamo censito nel nostro paese quasi 640.000 inneschi franosi, quasi 640.000 frane. Questo, capite bene, non tutte queste ovviamente determinano situazioni di pericolo estremo, ma capite bene che sono situazioni che vanno controllate, perché poi si possono innescare, magari per effetto di ulteriori abbondanti precipitazioni, anche fenomeni diciamo ancora più importanti, che poi provocano quello che abbiamo visto appunto nei giorni scorsi. Ma accanto a questo, facevo riferimento prima al mare, noi come ISPRA abbiamo messo in cantiere all'interno del Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza, quindi una cornice sicuramente più europea legata all'emergenza pandemica, un bellissimo piano, il piano più importante sul mare in tutta Europa, che si chiama MER, è l'acronimo di Marine Ecosystem Restoration. È un progetto che si articola in 37 interventi estremamente sfidanti, ne dobbiamo completare 22 nel 2025, sono progetti che mirano al ripristino e al recupero dell'ecosistema marino in tutto il Mediterraneo, ovviamente per quanto riguarda le acque che sono nella nostra sovranità nazionale. Non possiamo evidentemente andare in acque non nazionali, ma è evidente che gli effetti benefici di questo progetto così importante poi si potranno avere a cascata, e questo appunto lo scenario europeo a cui faceva riferimento prima Pierluigi Sassi, anche su altri paesi che si affacciano sul Mediterraneo. Quindi recuperare l'ecosistema marino attraverso il recupero lo studio, innanzitutto il recupero anche dei fondali, ci consentirà di recuperare l'ecosistema giusto, che garantisce un equilibrio di vita naturale che è così importante, non solo per la tutela dell'ambiente, perché guardate, il mare è un fattore di sviluppo importantissimo per il nostro paese. Pensate al turismo, quanti di noi ogni estate godono delle bellissime spiagge e del bellissimo mare in cui è immersa la nostra penisola. È un fattore molto importante economico, pensate alle rotte, ai porti, alle navi mercantili, a quelle che portano materie o beni da e per l'Italia, quindi è un fattore decisivo per il nostro paese. E quindi recuperare le condizioni ambientali dei fondali, quindi di tutto l'ecosistema marino, ha un'importanza decisiva ed ha un'importanza che va oltre il mero, sia pure importante, dato ambientale. E accanto a questo ci doteremo di una grande nave da ricerca, la più grande in Europa, costruita e realizzata insieme al Ministero della Difesa, che avrà delle strumentazioni tecnologiche sviluppatissime come non ce ne sono altre in Europa, frutto dell'innovazione tecnologica, che riuscirà a studiare i fondali marini. Questo, collegandomi al discorso di prima sul dissesto, è molto importante, perché pensate che in Italia abbiamo circa 70 tramonti e vulcani marini sommersi, quindi pensate che insomma è un mondo da studiare, e al momento ne conosciamo meno di 5. Quindi ci siamo resi conto di quanto sia importante studiare anche ciò che c'è sott'acqua, anche da quel punto di vista, quindi i monti e i vulcani, in un paese come il nostro, che è esposto, come dicevo prima, a fenomeni di dissesto idrogeologico, o, come sapete, ha ancora vulcani, diciamo per ora non in attività conclamata, ma che ogni tanto ci danno qualche segnale, diciamo, di ripresa di attività. Pensate a quello che è successo qualche mese fa in Sicilia con l'Etna, pensate al rischio costituito dal Vesuvio per chi vive in Campania. Quindi era necessario studiare bene ciò che caratterizza i nostri mari. Vengo al tema dei giovani. Intanto permettetemi, sono anch'io contento di parlare in italiano, ma vorrevo dire ai ragazzi, studiate bene l'inglese. Questo è un appello che faccio, non lo trascurate. Nel mio corso di laurea alla Sapienza, io volutamente alla Facoltà di Scienze Politiche somministro alle studentesse e agli studenti che frequentano il mio corso di giustizia ambientale una parte dei documenti che servono a studiare gli argomenti che affrontiamo a lezione, a preparare l'esame, in inglese, perché è la lingua di lavoro. Non tutti i documenti possono essere tradotti correttamente, nel senso che non sempre ci sono i sinonimi tra lingua italiana e lingua inglese, anche se è prevista a livello di Unione Europea la traduzione ufficiale anche nella nostra lingua, ma è importantissimo che voi sappiate bene l'inglese e, se possibile, anche un'altra lingua straniera, perché è sono fondamentali anche le relazioni interpersonali, che a livello non solo personale, scusate il gioco di parole, ma anche lavorativo, poi si sviluppano anche a margine di questi impegni internazionali. Quindi bene questo evento in italiano, ma veramente consentitemi di lanciarvi un appello affinché studiate bene, possiate studiare bene l'inglese e, se possibile, anche un'altra lingua non italiana. Per quanto riguarda il tema della formazione, poi mi avvio rapidamente alla conclusione, noi abbiamo, come diceva Pierluigi Sassi prima, inaugurato circa un mese fa la scuola di alta specializzazione e formazione in discipline ambientali. Abbiamo fortemente voluto questa iniziativa e voglio ringraziare anche il ministro Pichetto Fratin per averla supportata con determinazione, soprattutto nell'ultima fase, perché siamo consapevoli che viviamo in un'epoca di grandissime sfide e di grandissimi cambiamenti, e quindi abbiamo voluto, attraverso l'istituzione di un momento di formazione dedicato proprio ai temi ambientali, ribadirne da un lato la centralità di questi temi, ma anche fornire a tutti, compresi alle ragazze e ragazzi che si affacceranno nei prossimi anni agli studi universitari e dalla vita lavorativa, un luogo privilegiato per poter approfondire le conoscenze in materie ambientali. E su questo, e concludo, riprendo quello che diceva prima Grammeno su Mastroianni. Io non so, adesso voi siete di un'altra generazione, quindi permettetemi, io citerò adesso un papa, un pontefice che ha caratterizzato la mia gioventù, ma credo un po' quella dei giovani di tutto il mondo, che fossero cattolici o meno, tra gli anni 80 e gli anni 90. Giovanni Paolo II, in un incontro fatto con i giovani, sapete che è stato l'ideatore delle giornate mondiali della gioventù, quindi un momento in cui sono raccolti milioni di giovani da tutto il mondo, non necessariamente cattolici. Durante un incontro quasi 40 anni fa, se non ricordo male, a Cagliari, disse una frase che a me personalmente, all'epoca avevo più o meno l'età vostra, frequentavo il liceo, mi fece particolarmente riflettere, e disse: prendete la vostra vita e fatene un capolavoro. Allora, io questo oggi chiedo anche a voi, di diventare protagonisti delle vostre vite, e per diventarlo oggi non potete fare a meno di avere una conoscenza dei temi ambientali, che significa prendersi cura del pianeta, ma anche aprirsi e aprire le vostre menti a nuove prospettive, che non sono solo di cultura generale, ma anche di possibili sbocchi e profili professionali, perché oggi studiare i temi della sostenibilità, dello sviluppo sostenibile, della tutela ambientale, significa aprire anche la testa, come vi dicevo prima, a un mondo di possibilità, di sviluppo economico, di nuovi lavori, di nuove competenze trasversali, che sono oltremodo necessarie non solo nelle professioni, diciamo, classiche o umanistiche, ma anche nelle professioni tecnico-scientifiche. Quindi il mondo è veramente, qui chiudo, ha bisogno oggi di voi, perché è molto importante, come si diceva prima, sentirsi protagonisti di questa fase. C'è bisogno di te, di voi, insieme a tutti. Dipende anche da voi se riusciremo ad affrontare queste sfide, perché molto dipenderà anche dalle abitudini personali e dagli stili di vita. E quindi davvero vi chiedo di essere ragazze e ragazzi di oggi, adulti di domani, curiosi, informati, consapevoli, pronti ad agire. Su questo la nostra scuola, come vi dicevo prima, che è in collaborazione anche con tutte le agenzie regionali e provinciali per la protezione dell'ambiente del nostro paese, vuole essere un punto di riferimento. Quindi cogliete, se posso insistere ancora su questo punto, queste e anche altre occasioni su questi temi, nella consapevolezza che da voi passa il futuro del nostro pianeta e attraverso la tutela dell'ambiente anche la qualità e il benessere della vita delle generazioni future sicure, ma anche di quelle che adesso con voi vivono nel nostro paese in questo mondo. Quindi buon lavoro davvero e in bocca al lupo a tutti noi. Grazie Pierluigi, ti restituisco subito la parola.
Stefano, allora prendete la vostra vita e fatene un capolavoro. Veramente grazie per averci ricordato questa bellissima frase, di questo bellissimo anche incoraggiamento, no, di Giovanni Paolo II, un grandissimo pontefice. E approfitto quindi anche di questa citazione per ringraziare tutti i media vaticani dei quali noi siamo qui oggi anche corrispondenti, per cui noi raccontiamo la COP e anche questo evento verrà raccontato in tutti i media vaticani e che ci seguono e che ci aiutano a diffondere in tutto il mondo. Pensate, hanno 3 miliardi e mezzo di visualizzazioni in un anno, quindi la nostra comunicazione di oggi avrà una eco internazionale e quindi diciamo è sempre più importante che i giovani diventino centrali in questa comunicazione per noi, quindi ecco il perché di questo nostro evento. Allora, prima di trovare un momento magico che vi propongo tra qualche minuto per raccontare come la vita può diventare veramente straordinaria con Samuele Palumbo, vorrei chiedere al professor Fabrizio Pilo, che è prorettore a Cagliari, dove noi abbiamo già fatto degli eventi importanti sui temi della sostenibilità, di raccontarci un pochino come la vede un professore che oggi è prorettore all'Università di Cagliari, proprio con la responsabilità sui temi del territorio e dell'innovazione. La formazione sta cambiando, il mondo sta cambiando, anche la tecnologia sta cambiando, quindi ci proiettiamo in un futuro che, come dice Papa Francesco, non è tanto un'epoca di cambiamenti ma un vero e proprio cambiamento d'epoca, per cui le rivoluzioni sono copernicane. Professor Pilo.
Sì, grazie, spero che mi sentiate. È un piacere ritrovarti, Pierluigi, dopo che abbiamo fatto una bellissima evento a Cagliari. Trovo con piacere anche di nuovo il delegato, diciamo, del governo, l'inviato speciale per il cambiamento climatico. Ricordo con molto piacere quell'evento, che anche quello è orientato sempre ai giovani. Sì, diciamo, la tua domanda è veramente molto stimolante, quindi come vediamo questo importante cambiamento d'epoca e che cosa possiamo fare. Vorrei prima fare un attimo un passo indietro e credo che sia davvero molto, molto giusto che riusciamo a coinvolgere in questi momenti decisionali, almeno dal punto di vista informativo, ma sarei molto più contento se riuscissimo a coinvolgere anche da un punto di vista più operativo i giovani. Perché io ho il ricordo delle polemiche immediatamente post-Brexit, no? Se ricorderete tutti che post-Brexit una delle polemiche principali era stata che una popolazione di anziani e meno anziani ha deciso il futuro dei più giovani. Ecco, questo purtroppo è nella logica delle cose, però è un qualcosa su cui dobbiamo interrogarci e dobbiamo lavorare insieme, e anche l'università su questo lavoro. Chiaramente per riuscire a trasformare la vita in un capolavoro ci vuole conoscenza, ci vuole consapevolezza e ci vuole tanto studio. Ecco, noi su questo stiamo lavorando sulla consapevolezza, sul fatto che si riesce a dare un messaggio partendo dagli esempi, e quindi come Ateneo, ma non come Ateneo di Cagliari, come rete universitaria sulla sostenibilità, quindi l'intero sistema universitario italiano lavora per dare dei messaggi chiari sull'importanza della sostenibilità ambientale, ma non solo, della sostenibilità in termini molto più ampi, che riguarda l'inclusione sociale, la riduzione delle disparità, l'inclusione da tutti i punti di vista. Quindi su questo stiamo lavorando. Ovviamente alcune cose sono quasi banali, per esempio fare iniziare a tutti i giovani che intraprendono la carriera universitaria un percorso, diciamo, una lezione zero, comune a tutti, uguale a tutti, in cui certe tematiche vengono affrontate da un punto di vista scientifico e si cerca almeno di sfrondare tutta una serie di informazioni, spesso ascientifiche, in molti casi ideologiche, che mirano diciamo, a distruggere quello che la comunità scientifica ormai riconosce e che purtroppo poi spesso di cui tutti i giorni spesso vediamo gli effetti raccontati sul giornale. Quindi questo è un primo punto, quindi aumentare la conoscenza per aumentare la consapevolezza nei nostri giovani. Tu menzionavi il fatto che siamo davanti a dei cambiamenti che sono di natura epocale. Uno di questi che viene da tutti richiamato e rappresentato dall'impatto dell'intelligenza artificiale nelle nostre vite. Ecco, questo impatto dell'intelligenza artificiale nelle nostre vite sarà sicuramente molto forte, e però ci richiede paradossalmente un aumento del livello di conoscenza, perché quello di cui avranno molto bisogno le nostre società saranno persone competenti in grado di guardare con gli occhi della mente, ecco, possiamo citare Galileo da questo punto di vista, capaci di guardare con gli occhi della mente le risposte dell'intelligenza artificiale e capire se quelle risposte hanno un senso o non hanno un senso. Questo significa aumentare di moltissimo la capacità di conoscere, di sapere, e da questo poi derivano tutte le conseguenze che ben conosciamo. Abbiamo bisogno dei giovani, qualcuno prima diceva che abbiamo bisogno dei giovani per innovare, e questo è senz'altro vero. Tornando un po' a quello che nell'ambiente universitario si fa, ovviamente si fa ricerca, ed è molto importante che la ricerca sia ascoltata come tale. Oggi le spinte a non ascoltarla vengono da troppi punti diversi, alcuni anche con grande peso. Invece è molto importante che la ricerca sia ascoltata, che sia conoscere per deliberare. Ecco, quindi è importante che le deliberazioni avvengano sulla base di una conoscenza scientifica seria, e quindi su questo noi siamo molto impegnati. Siamo impegnati con i nostri giovani a dargli programmi di formazione adeguati, siamo impegnati con l'esempio che passa attraverso la decarbonizzazione dei consumi del settore universitario, attraverso la creazione di piani di mobilità particolarmente efficienti. L'università, in tutte le città in cui si trova, è una organizzazione capace di muovere ogni giorno decine di migliaia di persone, tra giovani che devono andare a seguire le lezioni, chi lavora nell'amministrazione, docenti, decine di migliaia di persone che ogni giorno si muovono. E allora costruire e aiutare la comunità, ovviamente l'università non ha il compito di fare la mobilità, ma costruire dei piani di mobilità, aiutare le comunità a gestire questo impatto è, per esempio, un'altra delle cose su cui ogni singolo ateneo, ma la rete stessa degli atenei universitari, è molto impegnata. Una terza cosa che mi viene da menzionare prima di avviarmi alle conclusioni, il discorso dei rifiuti. Noi adesso nel nostro ateneo, per esempio, stiamo mandando avanti delle politiche nelle quali coinvolgiamo in modo proprio diretto i nostri giovani studenti, e stiamo perfino cercando di abolire la parola rifiuti. Ora non è tutto un gioco semantico, le cose sono lì anche se gli cambiamo nome, però in effetti molte cose che noi consideriamo rifiuti in realtà sono delle risorse che possono essere riutilizzate già a volte all'interno stesso della nostra organizzazione. Ecco, quindi questo far vivere in modo diretto l'economia circolare, farne capire i benefici, è una delle strade su cui ci stiamo molto impegnando. Così come ci stiamo impegnando molto, per esempio, sull'educazione del cibo, all'uso del cibo, che è un altro punto di lavoro della rete delle università sostenibili, nel quale noi siamo particolarmente coinvolti. Il mare, è stato menzionato il mare come un elemento, diciamo, dirimente su cui andare a lavorare per ripristinare per esempio la diversità. Certamente il mare ci sta creando tante preoccupazioni, stiamo sottovalutando il problema dell'aumento della temperatura. È stato ben ricordato dal presidente dell'ISPRA quanto questo invece sia foriero di significativi problemi, e io farei un passo indietro, un po' anche da ingegnere, e ricordo che è davvero necessario uno sforzo collettivo e una immissione di risorse per concretizzare una serie di iniziative che possano davvero aiutarci a prevenire, in un'ottica di incremento della resilienza, gli effetti del mutamento climatico che sono ormai già purtroppo in atto. In alcuni settori dell'ingegneria si è lavorato dimensionando infrastrutture su valori medi che oggi però sono ampiamente superati, perché in realtà ci si ritrova sempre su picchi considerati improbabili al momento della progettazione. Ecco, su questo per esempio c'è necessità di un grande sforzo, grandi idee, grandi innovazioni. Il settore per esempio delle reti elettriche di cui mi occupo è per esempio molto coinvolto in questo.
Professore, so tra l'altro volevo solo dire, so tra l'altro che voi avete avviato una nuova facoltà legata proprio al mare, legata alla scienza marittima, con una forte attenzione ai temi della sostenibilità. Torneremo da lei dopo le domande dei ragazzi. Io
sto chiudendo.
Volevo dedicare questo breve momento a un ragazzo speciale che abbiamo conosciuto proprio quando Stefano Laporta lanciava insieme a Maria Siclari e al Ministro dell'Ambiente questa nuova scuola per la sostenibilità, per l'ambiente, ed è un campione, uno che sta rendendo veramente la sua vita un capolavoro. Viene dal successo del talent show di Tusiche Vales, e tra l'altro è nato a Cefalù, un luogo dal quale molti ragazzi oggi ci stanno osservando. Io dico intanto ai ragazzi di prepararsi, ai ragazzi di Cagliari, ai ragazzi di Cefalù, con 2 domande ciascuno, in modo che abbiamo ancora qualche minuto per far rispondere i relatori, e quindi chiedo a Samuele Palumbo di esibirsi, di farci questo meraviglioso regalo. Eccolo qua, questo capolavoro di ragazzo che tra l'altro, oltre ad essere un violinista eccelso, è anche stato scelto recentemente come protagonista del docufilm Il cannone della pace, nel quale il violino diventa simbolo di costruzione della pace insieme alla musica. Allora Samuele, scusami, dacci il piacere della tua musica.
Intanto buongiorno a tutti. Intanto vorrei dire che dalla visione che ho io riguardo a un argomento molto sensibile come il cambiamento climatico, penso che la musica sia anche un grande modo per sensibilizzare su questo argomento, soprattutto ai giovani. In che modo? Adesso io vorrei suonare un brano tratto dalle 4 stagioni di Antonio Vivaldi, che era un grandissimo compositore della buona musica e della musica classica. Suonerò il terzo movimento dell'estate di Vivaldi. Diciamo che queste 4 stagioni sono state ideate, sono state composte proprio per rappresentare gli elementi materiali, concreti della musica sotto forma di note. Quindi in particolare nell'estate il caldo afoso, no? Che di solito c'è appunto l'estate, viene spezzato da questo temporale con dei tuoni, no? Quindi trasmette emozioni come paura, timore. Quindi secondo me sensibilizzare suonando, ascoltando questi brani che ricordano alla natura, riportano alla natura, diciamo che possiamo anche avere una sorta di nostalgia di quello che è veramente la natura e non di come la stiamo rendendo noi, ecco. Quindi suonerò il terzo movimento dell'estate di Vivaldi.
Grazie.
Bravissimo, guarda, veramente bravo. Ho rubato la parola a Pierluigi che era impegnato. Tu hai detto una cosa giustissima sulla questione della pace. Io cerco aiuto da questo punto di vista, ho messo l'Italia in un track importante, clima e pace. Io cerco persone come te che possano mobilitare gente della tua età, i ragazzi su questo tema, perché clima e pace sono molto connessi.
Vedi, allora già è nato un primo link che è lo scopo poi di questo evento. Allora io chiamo, perché abbiamo pochissimo tempo purtroppo, il Cefalù, mi collego con la tua città Samuele e chiedo appunto ai ragazzi del liceo classico della scuola alberghiera dell'istituto di istruzione secondaria Mandralisca di Cefalù di raccontarci il loro progetto brevemente. Grazie ragazzi.
Buongiorno a tutti. Sono la professoressa Randazzo e insegno scienze all'Istituto Superiore Mandralisca di Cefalù. E qua siamo, in questo momento io sono referente alla salute e all'ambiente assieme alla professoressa Minutella, perché le sezioni dell'istituto sono due, il liceo classico e l'Istituto per i servizi alberghieri e innovazionici. Accanto a me, come vedete, noi siamo collegati a parte delle aule, nella nostra aula di scienze, che è dedicata, consentitemi queste due brevissime parole, al barone Mandralisca, perché col suo lascito ha lasciato a questa scuola degli strumenti antichi, alcuni li vedete sulle nostre postazioni di lavoro, datati alla prima metà dell'Ottocento. Io sono brevissima, però voglio esprimere anche l'emozione mia e dei ragazzi, perché ogni anno la COP, i giorni della COP per noi sono un momento didattico importantissimo, in quanto i ragazzi seguono quotidianamente quelle che sono le problematiche, gli incontri e annotano su un loro diario, loro hanno un loro diario che continuerà per tutto il periodo e che poi verrà discusso alla fine della manifestazione, della conferenza, nelle classi. Questo perché? Perché non solo loro devono prendere atto un po' di quelle che sono le problematiche direttamente, ma soprattutto perché ci devono dare soluzioni. Ecco perché, ripeto, diventa fondamentale per noi questo tipo di percorso. Ora subito lascio la parola ai nostri due ragazzi. Io accanto a me ho Sofia Russo che è uscita l'anno scorso da questo istituto e soprattutto vi dirà proprio la ricaduta di quelle che sono alcuni dei nostri percorsi, alcuni dei quali li abbiamo anche fatti con l'Earth Day Italia. Quindi Sofia.
Buongiorno a tutti, come appunto ha appena annunciato la professoressa Randazzo, io sono uscita dal liceo classico Mandralisca, diciamo l'anno scorso, mi sono diplomata al termine dell'anno scolastico del 2023. Diciamo che quando appunto la professoressa mi ha invitato a parlare, ho un po' ripensato al nostro percorso scolastico e le diverse attività che proprio inerenti alla tematica ambientale ci hanno interessato. E quella che forse più ricordo maggiormente è un progetto al quale io, come anche i miei compagni di classe, abbiamo partecipato durante il nostro quinto anno, intitolato Hackathon Call for Earth, in collaborazione con UNICEF Italia, IAIA Italia ed ESA Italia. Per spiegare un po' il progetto, questo si è concentrato, innanzitutto ha avuto una durata di soli 2 giorni, in modalità online, e si è concentrato nell'andare a riqualificare dal punto di vista ambientale determinate aree italiane soggette all'inquinamento, chiaramente. A parte il bel ricordo che mi è rimasto di questa attività, quello che proprio mi ha fatto sentire soddisfatta e il motivo per il quale io ho apprezzato questo tipo di progetto è stato l'essermi sentita parte di un qualcosa, di essere proprio ascoltata. Si è parlato tanto di giovani, di quanto i giovani sono importanti e il loro punto di vista è importantissimo. E molto spesso appunto si parla tanto, anche se non mai abbastanza, di cambiamento climatico, di disastri ambientali. E noi giovani siamo coloro i quali che purtroppo subiremo maggiormente gli effetti del cambiamento climatico, saremo soggetti a disastri ambientali sempre più numerosi e sempre più violenti. Lo possiamo tranquillamente vedere osservando anche o consultando i vari giornali quotidianamente. Nonostante ciò siamo meno coinvolti quando si tratta di prendere delle decisioni che proprio mirano, che si interessano di questa tematica. Ecco, il progetto Hackathon e in generale tantissimi altri progetti che abbiamo fatto hanno dato proprio questo il senso ai giovani, alla possibilità appunto dei giovani di poter effettivamente partecipare e di avere una voce. Infatti il mio consiglio è proprio di prendere queste giornate, questi incontri che sono importantissimi, non soltanto come dei momenti ricreativi, ma fanno parte forse dei momenti più formativi che poi una volta usciti dal liceo effettivamente si riconoscono. Quindi io ho apprezzato della scuola la capacità che ha dato, e mi piace usare questa immagine, di una corretta postura nel mondo, non soltanto un sapere puramente nozionistico, ma una vera e propria postura. E io sono contenta di aver preso questa cultura e consiglio a tutti i ragazzi di sfruttare veramente appieno queste opportunità, perché se un domani vorremmo effettivamente far parte di quell'elite decisionale che prende delle decisioni, è da questi momenti che si apprende e si capisce come inserirsi in quel mondo, per evitare quindi, come succede anche oggi, di lasciare in mano la situazione a persone che forse non condividono i nostri ideali e pur non condividendoli, in realtà gestiscono e costruiscono il nostro futuro. Grazie.
Grazie Sofia, questa era una prima testimonianza. Vogliamo dare delle testimonianze perché le domande ai ragazzi ora sì, le faranno, però diciamo volevano far sentire la loro voce. Qui c'è ora Francesco che è il rappresentante dell'istituto e che vi parlerà brevemente sempre dei nostri progetti e poi vi porrà qualche domanda in merito un po' alle tematiche.
Vi chiedo solo di essere molto brevi perché abbiamo pochissimi minuti, poi ci tolgono la linea. Veramente, non abbiamo niente. Prego.
Sarò brevissimo. Allora, buongiorno a tutti, come ha detto la professoressa Randazzo, io sono Francesco Brocato, rappresentante degli studenti di questo istituto. È un onore essere qui per condividere il percorso che la nostra scuola ha intrapreso negli ultimi anni per promuovere la consapevolezza ambientale e contribuire nel nostro piccolo alla tutela del pianeta. Il nostro istituto si è distinto in questi anni nell'impegno e nella partecipazione di attività legate alla lotta al cambiamento climatico, all'energia, all'ambiente, alla riduzione del rischio dei disastri con il progetto IIS Mandralisca is My Green School, che ha come obiettivo la riduzione del consumo di plastica e la raccolta differenziata in tutte le aule del nostro istituto. Inoltre abbiamo partecipato al progetto Erasmus Help Me, partecipiamo all'iniziativa della settimana europea per la riduzione dei rifiuti, che ha tra l'altro il cui tema di quest'anno è quello dello spreco alimentare, e a tal proposito gli alunni dell'altro plesso del nostro istituto, cioè l'Ipso A, hanno creato delle ricette per ridurre questo spreco. Tutte queste attività testimoniano l'impegno e la passione, diciamo, dei nostri insegnanti e del nostro dirigente scolastico per il rispetto dell'ambiente. Questo messaggio ci arriva chiaramente, sì, ma noi, diciamo, ci interroghiamo su come sia possibile arrivare a questi obiettivi se i maggiori inquinatori del pianeta spesso scelgono di non partecipare ai lavori della COP o ad altri tavoli internazionali dedicati alla salvaguardia ambientale. Questo non solo rallenta secondo noi il progresso, ma rischia di compromettere l'efficacia degli impegni globali. Noi giovani chiediamo con forza che tutti i paesi, nessuno escluso, si assumano le proprie responsabilità, mettendo da parte gli interessi individuali per il bene collettivo. Solo attraverso una collaborazione autentica possiamo sperare di affrontare insieme le sfide che ci attendono e costruire un futuro migliore per il nostro pianeta. Grazie.
Grazie davvero, bellissimo intervento. Allora, io devo salutare le scuole di Ascoli che ci stanno seguendo, quindi l'Istituto Comprensivo dei Sibillini, come il Liceo Classico Orsini di Ascoli e la dirigente Alessia Cicconi che ci stanno seguendo con passione. Con loro faremo tante cose l'anno prossimo. Chiedo ai ragazzi di Cefalù di darci una brevissima domanda alla quale risponderà scusate.
L'ha fatta, ho sentito.
No, scusate, i ragazzi di Cefalù, scusate, di Cagliari, dell'Università degli Studi di Cagliari, che mi sono confuso, per darci un'ultima domanda, e poi chiedo di fare le conclusioni a Francesco Corvaro, cercando anche un po' di rispondere, se possibile, nei pochi minuti che abbiamo, alle questioni sollevate dai ragazzi. Prego, Cagliari. Non li sentiamo, forse avete il microfono spento.
Adesso ci sentite?
Sì. Ecco, adesso sì.
Perfetto, allora dicevo siamo con i ragazzi della laurea magistrale in relazioni internazionali, uno dei nostri studenti è Erika che arriva dal Congo, voleva fare una domanda. Porrò la domanda in inglese. Prego.
Yeah, good morning all. My name is Erika. My question goes like this. I wanted to know how European Union cooperate with, or Italy in particular, cooperate with Africa to address climate crisis. Thank you.
Attendiamo la risposta. Se c'è il tempo, porremo anche una seconda domanda. Cosa mi dice?
Puoi ripetere la domanda perché non l'abbiamo sentita.
Come address la crisi climatica in Africa, ho capito bene?
Esatto, il ruolo che arriva dal Congo, quindi chiedeva quale può essere il ruolo dell'Unione Europea.
Ok, chiarissimo adesso.
Ok.
Allora, fate la seconda domanda che poi risponde direttamente l'inviato per il clima.
Arriviamo con la seconda domanda.
Intanto permettetemi di salutare le scuole di Ascoli, perché io sono marchigiano, quindi non posso non salutare le scuole della mia regione. Saluto anche le altre, chiaramente.
Prego, please.
Perfetto, mi chiamo Edoardo. La mia domanda erano: quali sono le linee guida della delegazione italiana alla COP29? Come si è deciso di procedere a livello di obiettivi e azioni?
Allora, inizio rapidamente. Prima con il ragazzo della scuola. Come fate? Ti ha detto un po' la tua collega prima di te, la cosa migliore è ovviamente che vi dovete formare, perché dovete interessarvi allo strumento che i nostri paesi occidentali si sono dati per incidere, che è lo strumento della democrazia. La democrazia passa attraverso delle elezioni e quindi io chiedo sempre un impegno da parte vostra, o diretto, perché no, o anche indiretto. Cosa vuol dire indiretto? Chiedete ai vostri politici di prendere a cuore questo tema, pretendete che sia messo nelle agende, perché poi i politici in un modo o nell'altro rispondono per cercare dei voti, e i voti sono legati a quello che voi chiedete. Quindi da parte mia è: formatevi e soprattutto chiedete conto, pretendete che ci siano nelle agende politiche le questioni climatiche, e ovviamente, perché no, prendete voi in prima linea l'impegno per lavorare a questo livello. Si chiedeva per l'Africa. Allora, l'Italia, come sapete, ha un progetto molto definito sull'Africa, che è il piano Mattei. Tra le altre cose vi dico che per la prima volta il piano Mattei è stato riconosciuto in un documento COP come strumento di pace, perché è inserito all'interno dell'iniziativa che vi dicevo prima di clima e pace. Ci sono soldi stanziati per progetti concreti che vanno dalla filiera del caffè alle creazioni di comunità energetiche, tematiche alla formazione, quindi aperture di scuole che formino i ragazzi sul cambiamento climatico, gli inglesi qui la chiamano capacity building, ma è questo, progetti sull'acqua, quindi c'è un interesse specifico dell'Italia su questo e l'Italia sta cercando di tirarsi dietro la comunità europea. Ci sono diversi paesi che stanno supportando i progetti che l'Italia sta presentando all'interno del piano Mattei. Quali sono le linee guida? Allora, alla COP non si viene, ogni Stato partecipa, sono più di 190 Stati, ma vengono raggruppati in gruppi, scusate il gioco di parole, e l'Italia partecipa come delegazione europea. La delegazione europea ha già votato le linee guida del negoziato ad ottobre, a cui i vari negoziatori si devono attenere. Fondamentalmente l'Europa dice noi siamo consapevoli che è necessario prendere una posizione importante sulla finanza climatica, quest'anno alla COP parliamo principalmente di soldi da mettere sul piatto per il clima, siamo pronti ad una finanza climatica ambiziosa, ma siccome le necessità in gioco superano i trilioni è necessario che ci sia un'unione, diciamo, una cooperazione, un coordinamento tra finanza pubblica e privata, questo proprio per essere
estremamente
sintetici. Potremmo discutere un'altra ora.
Allora, noi però con tutti i presenti, cioè con le persone che ringrazio, cioè Francesco Corvaro, Stefano Laporta, Maria Sigleri, assente giustificata, e Fabrizio Velo, faremo nuovi progetti. Stiamo avventurandoci verso il Giubileo, che è una piattaforma straordinaria per promuovere la comunicazione, la sensibilizzazione, la conoscenza e la competenza in campo ambientale, e tutti questi attori sono già coinvolti. Quindi ragazzi, ci rivedremo davvero molto presto. Mi dispiace che il tempo qui alla COP è davvero tiranno.
Io per i ragazzi ci sono sempre,
Ecco,
quindi mi
vi
cercate e
stiamo
mi trovate
consegnando dei grandi.
facilmente.
Stefano Laporta c'è sempre e Francesco Corvado c'è sempre, veramente persone
Grazie,
straordinarie.
buongiorno a tutti.
Grazie.
Grazie, arrivederci.
Grazie.
Arrivederci.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, youth leaders, policymakers, and everyone joining us here today, whether in person or virtually. Welcome to the Mediterranean Youth Gathering, leading climate solutions for regional resilience, as an event marks a historic moment for the Mediterranean Pavilion at COP29. For the past 3 years, we had the Mediterranean Pavilion, and has been a hub for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation, addressing the shared climate vulnerabilities of this remarkable region. Today, we take a bold step forward by placing youth at the center of the agenda in the Mediterranean region. This is not a symbolic gesture. It's a commitment to empower young people with tools, platforms, and partnerships they need to lead transformative climate solutions. I would like also to extend a warm welcome to those joining us online from across the Mediterranean region and beyond. Your participation is a reminder that climate action knows no borders, and that technology enables us to build bridges of collaboration even across great distance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean region is at the forefront of climate change impacts, facing rising sea levels, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and increasing water scarcity. This challenges not only threaten ecosystems, but also jeopardize livelihoods, food security, and regional stability. Organized by the Union for the Mediterranean, this first Youth Mediterranean Gathering represents a pivotal moment in our regional efforts. At the UFM, we are dedicated to strengthening partnerships, promoting sustainability, and ensuring that young people are at the heart of the decision-making processes. By convening youth leaders, policymakers, civil society, and private sector representatives, we aim to foster actionable solutions that advance the Mediterranean youth climate agenda and contribute to the global climate goals. This event today is in the participation of different partners from the region, including Youth for Climate, Yongo, the Climate Mobility Action Network, IEAS, and SIHAM. Today we will have different segments and participation in the event. We will have keynote speeches from our speakers. We will have thematic panel discussions and interactive working sessions in the hope to deliver a Mediterranean youth climate agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to introduce our esteemed speakers for the opening this segment. And I will start with a young person, Marco Gervasi. I hope I pronounced it good in Italy. He's a Youth for Climate delegate, and he was involved in Youth for Climate journey, and he will tell us about his experience and why we need today this Mediterranean platform. Please, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here today and joining for the discussion. I just want to start with a statement. Young people are ready to influence the agenda, are ready to spark solution and take action. I think with that, I really want to kick off this discussion because it's the surely outcome of the Youth for Climate event. But before deeping down on what is the Youth for Climate initiative and how it's influencing youth inclusion, I just want to give you a little bit of context on who I am. So very nice to meet you. This is Marco Gervasi. I'm a professional in renewable energy development and green hydrogen, and I sit on the board of the European Youth Energy Network, as well as one of the strongest advocates for the Youth for Climate initiative. I just want to contextualize. I'm born and raised in Sicily, which is one of the largest islands in the Mediterranean, and one of the islands where you can really see the difference in culture they are surrounding by the Mediterranean. But I had the feeling that I lived all my life since I was 21 in a bubble, till something happened. I was involved in an energy access project, and I had to go to the other side of the Mediterranean. I bring energy access to rural communities in sub-Saharan countries, and I realized how, despite we are like from the same region, we share different challenges, and unfortunately not all the youth can have the same opportunity of like get this as their first job and experience with their own hand what's going on in the other side of the Mediterranean. I truly see the impact of the initiative of the Youth for Climate. Once because in the first edition they gathered more than 400 delegates all over the world, and it was a unique challenge to share and understand what are the challenges the other youth are facing in other regions. It was a great chance that ended up with a final communiqué on what was needed by the youth, and where what highlighted that the youth and we are ready to propose solution, to brainstorm challenges that will solve issues in a cross-cultural, cross-contextual, cross-country and cross-background level, and then it ends up being one of the leading incubating of ideas initiatives. So basically, I've been involved in the past 2 editions of the Youth for Climate initiative, and I think was something that was a really eye-opening. More youth had the chance to share with others from different regions their challenges. And I want just to mention one thing that happened this year. This year was in Turin, and after different plenaries where different both senior and youth had the chance to present challenge solution, we had some youth circles, right? In those youth circles we were like divided by thematic area. I was in the energy and sustainability one, and we all had the chance to discuss challenges, and we were deep diving really interesting and like deep diving in true challenges. We talk about energy security, we talk about energy stability, we talk about energy access, energy storage and distribution challenges, and it was so inspiring how we learned from each other, because as I was saying, we all had experience in the renewable energy field. It was such a great honor participate in this discussion, and in a way, you know, sharing the lesson learned that I had, and then sharing with others. They're probably facing some challenges right now that could be overcome with the lesson learned from another country. So, like, just to close my intervention, I just want to say that the Youth for Climate Initiative is a unique platform that gives to the youth the chance to go to the other side of the world, learning what's going on there, despite, you know, traveling and experience like on the ground activities. So we can include in our, you know, advocacy plan, in our daily job, what we learn, and we can foster a cross-country collaboration that don't see border. There is something I really wish for the Mediterranean region, where we all share challenges that are very close to each other.
Thank you so much, Marco. I can see your passion to advocate for a Mediterranean agenda, and that's why we have today this Mediterranean afternoon, because within the UFM we believe that we need to have that Mediterranean youth climate agenda and support young people in the different countries to push for that. And I want just to thank the Director General for International and European Affairs in the Italian Ministry, Mr. Alessandro Gheri, for accepting our invitation and joining us here in this Youth Mediterranean afternoon. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Hatim. I think we have a great news here that we are particularly proud of. You are one of our Youth for Climate champion, no? So you know, the discussion around the COP is usually how to be impactful, how to be concrete, and how to be to have an impact on territories and on people. And so our Youth for Climate program, that is funded by the Italian government, started in 2020, together in a partnership with UNDP, and that is developing its a concrete result is here today, having you as a manager of this platform. For sure, Italy in history, as well as the other countries in the Mediterranean, has a strong feeling with the Med, with this environment that was a platform for merging culture, for economic and cultural growth. So Italy is in the middle, is a platform, and so we feel really committed on your program. We could also explore how to better design our cooperation with Youth for Climate together with NDP to be more fit for purpose, even at Mediterranean level, if it's reported as an outcome needed or a goal. The Mediterranean region is sure is among the most vulnerable to climate change. We have the sea rising issue, drought, biodiversity loss, and other challenges that are more specific in the Med. As Italians, we are really aware of this. I think we have the most iconic city, or one of the most iconic cities in the world, that is Venice, that is really threatened. And again, I think it's also an example of many cultures merging together as a city and as a culture together with Istanbul. I will mention Tunis and others. Sorry if the list is not complete. Genoa, that is my region. So we are on your side. You can count on us to further strengthen our cooperation and to build new projects. Emanuela and Roberta, that are the engine of Youth for Climate, will stay here with you. I have to leave, unfortunately. We have the European Ministerial meeting. But then you can really count on us. I think you feel it, our commitment. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Director General Alessandro, for your kind remarks. And also I can confirm that Italy is committed to push for youth engagement in the field of climate action agenda. And we witnessed that through the Youth for Climate and other initiatives, including Youth for Climate Capacities. I want to move to Mr. David Lundberg, Chief of Staff of Global Center for Climate Mobility. I know the center was very active in the COPs by pushing to have youth in the agenda and having youth participating in the subject of climate mobility. Please let us know about that and how the Mediterranean region can be a good place to advocate for climate mobility.
Thanks a lot, Hatim, for inviting us, for introduction. Distinguished panelists, Director General, thank you for having us today. My name is David Lundberg. I'm the Chief of Staff at the Global Center for Climate Mobility. We are a UN-hosted center that is working at the intersection of human mobility, so people moving, migrating, and climate change. We are a rather new center. We've been around for 3 years, but we've been active in the COP space since our inception. To date, we have brought 80 to 90 young people to the 3 past COPs, being one of the largest youth programs at COP today. I'm very pleased to have Nairos with us, who is one of our youth delegates this year. Is going to be speaking later. That's also one of the reasons I will be very brief today, because I want to give space to the young people to speak on the topic. To the question of what we can do for the Mediterranean region. We're already seeing young people moving in the Mediterranean region as a result of climate change impacts. The Director General mentioned a few of the points: sea level rise, drought, heat. There are many issues that we need to tackle that our young people are moving as a result of. I think that we'll hear later today a few of the solutions to that and what we can do, but I think that we need to start by talking about it, and that's why we're here at COP. We need to talk about how we're going to solve this. How are we going to bring youth to the table? How are we going to elevate youth to talk about it from a youth angle? It cannot only be on the angle of governments, private sector, etc. It needs to have a youth angle to it, and I think I want to congratulate the Union for taking this step and advancing this space together with us. Final point from my end would be that I really encourage us and the Italian government to continue the effort to make sure young people are here and at other forums as well. There's so much more to do, and it cannot wait. I also have to excuse myself, but as said, I think you're in even better hands with the young people that are about to follow us. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, Mr. David, the Chief of Staff of Global Center for Climate Mobility. In the hope we have dedicated sessions on climate mobility also within the Mediterranean platforms. So I move now to see if our Senior Deputy Secretary General at the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean, His Excellency Gramenos, Mr. Geni, to join us virtually to give his remarks, because he was pushing to have that youth Mediterranean afternoon, and he was believing in young people that can do something positive for our region. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tim. I'm particularly happy because finally it was realized that I am a young activist joining you. It's now since you arrived that I try to discourage you from calling me Excellency, but it's really a hard job. Sorry, I will take a few minutes because I'm going to take a little bit substance. You're hosts of the Mediterranean Pavilion and you represent Mediterranean youth. What does it mean? It means that we are here to make trouble, but good trouble. Why trouble? Because we are here against the structure of the negotiations. You know, the climate negotiations do not contemplate the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is an area which is split in three negotiating groups. Sometimes opposed one towards the other, but we are here because we want to go beyond and behind the negotiation, bringing an important message in which youth is absolutely crucial. You know, when you get into a negotiation, the dynamic says, I give you something if you give me something. But in the Mediterranean, as a union of all the countries around it, we are taking a different approach, and it starts to work, and it works well. I don't need to underline the fact that the Mediterranean is bound to receive severe impacts, quite scary ones. And if you look at them, science, not ideology, tells us one very simple thing. That is that although the Mediterranean area is asymmetric, it's made of rich and poor communities, there is no one, not even the richest, around the Mediterranean who have alone enough resources to face a crisis of this space and magnitude. But if we put together those differences that exist among us, even those differences that made us have disputes in the past, we end up having a larger basket of solutions. So this idea, I give you something if you give me something, changes completely in perspective. Let us take energy, in which we launched at the scope a couple important initiatives for the Mediterranean. The European Union wants to decarbonize by 2050. Well, it's squarely and quantitatively impossible if they don't rely on the solar potential of the south, on the wind potential of the Balkans. In turn, those sectors cannot really develop if they only rely on internal markets. They wouldn't have enough finance. So I need you, you need me. And this is the rule that we are trying to apply in the Mediterranean community, which is quite different from the rule that we have at the negotiations. Except that it's hard to have governments detach from the negotiation attitude. We are doing it, but there is one part of the population that can really help us, and this is young people. Young people can think out of the box. What are we talking about? Let me finish with one example. There is a chapter which is particularly tense in climate negotiations. This year is not really in the spotlight, but it has always been, which is called technology transfer. It is tense, and let us be frank, because technology transfer is understood as the generous gift of those who are advanced, beautiful, rich, to those who are not. But what is technology? Technology is not only the last computer. Technology is know-how. So, in more or less 10 years' time, Southern Europe will have a climate that they don't know how to manage. It's not our climate. We don't know how to manage agriculture. We don't know how to manage infrastructures. But this climate is very well known by our brothers from the south. They know how to use the crops. They know how to treat irrigation, and it's not a recent knowledge. There are many examples I could make, but just if you go along the Silk Road, you will often find some cone-shaped building called yachal. It's a Persian word. It means a fridge. They were used by merchants to deposit perishable goods, and they have a characteristic. No matter how hot it is outside, inside the temperature is always between 0 and -4. The Persians and the Arabs, through the methodology of the Qanat, were able to grow gardens in the desert. And they didn't need OGMs. They just capture moisture from the atmosphere. So who needs who? I think we need each other. But this mentality does not belong to my generation. So this is my opportunity. Shout, guys, you're young, shout. This is the only way out. I need you, you need me. This is what you've chosen to back as a methodology at the Union for the Mediterranean, but this is, this heavy institutional intergovernmental thing that can move things up to a certain point. Things move if people ask for them to move. And you, young people, are the ones who have enough freedom of thought, enough flexibility to ask them for more. So this is not an intervention. This is a cry for help. Young people, help us. We think this is the way out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gramenos, for this wonderful messages for young people who are here today with us physically to exactly show that solidarity and the collective work is the solution to drive climate solutions in the region. And to end by that, I want to invite Camilla, the younger representative, and I am happy always to push for no woman, no panel within the Union for the Mediterranean guidelines. So, Camilla, can you tell us about Yango work and why we need you guys in the Mediterranean region?
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to start by saying that I'm a huge fan of the Youth for Climate initiative. And indeed, here I represent Yango constituency, but as well I'm part of the Mediterranean Youth Council, which is a council made of both members from northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. And I will talk more on a practical level on issues and solutions that we find on the ground in our Youth Mediterranean perspective. And so we know that climate-wise we have immense issues on the Mediterranean, but also we have immense potential. Just to talk numbers, 48% of the population of the southern Mediterranean is under 30. And we have a lot of ideas and initiatives such as Youth for Climate also underlines coming from those regions. But for example, when I was coming here, I talked with my colleagues from the Mediterranean Youth Council asking them, why should I underline in your position? And they enhanced once again that there is in the region a lot of projects on youth advocacy, but less on the implementation of the projects. So on these, the first step we would need to take to make space for youth is, of course, including them in the decision-making processes. And on a more practical level, as Mediterranean Youth Council, we took credibility and started to participate and be invited in roundtables with policymakers. But then my colleagues from the southern Mediterranean region could not come because they got their visa denied. So one question and application we could do it is to simplify these bureaucratic processes for have this representation also of the regions. The second point will be, of course, that there are a lot of fresh ideas and energy, but lack of funding. And again, Youth for Climate is the perfect example of a funding, but there is to be more focus on the rural, local level in the Mediterranean areas, since it's mostly made of small town, small regional perspectives. As well as, I would say that another part that there is still a lot of work to do in is cross-communication, because we have a lot of information that do not reach everyone. And again, we want to make sure that does not reach only the privileged part of our youth, but also those that maybe have a lot of ideas and inputs, but don't have the tools or information to do that. So just to conclude, we have a lot of work still to do. Mediterranean, it's a very special region because we're united by this identity. And I think we can have the space as you to put our sleeves up and act and put our hands into work to actually implement these solutions, but we need to have space for it. And one step forward taken toward that is, for example, the Union for the Mediterranean Youth Strategy by 2030. That needs to be enforced and also, again, put the focus on the regional, local level. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Camilla, for mentioning exactly. We as young people, we are facing challenges. We cannot hide that. But our solutions is the only key to unlock and also to move from challenges to opportunities, or I can call them possibilities. Thank you so much. Now I give the lead to one of the climate mobility delegates to moderate our next panel. Please stay with us to this wonderful discussion is coming. Please.
Should I sit from the other side? And on
I would invite the
Could you go a little bit closer to stage, because then I can catch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second panel today, Driving Change, Scaling Youth Climate Solutions Across the Mediterranean. So this session is dedicated to one of most pressing challenges of our time, amplifying the voices and efforts of young climate leaders and scaling their innovation solution to address the Mediterranean's unique climate vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean region, as you know, is not only a climate hot spot, but also a hub for youth-driven innovation. From tackling water scarcity and transitioning to renewable energy to advancing sustainable agriculture and marine conservation. Young leaders are already making a significant impact at the local level. However, the question remains, how do we scale these efforts to have a regional and even global impact? Please, let's welcome our panelists for today, and excuse me if I pronounced any name wrong. Mr. Bouaid Tout, as a Youth for Climate Delegate, Ms. Ola Al-Haj, CEO and founder of Renewable Project, Ms. Svidana Pozovic from Yongo, and Mr. Albrin Ozutuk from IIS. First, we would be pleased to hear from all of the panelists on each of you has been deeply involved in climate initiatives worldwide. Can you share, please, a standout project or experience where youth leadership played a critical role in creating impactful change? We would like to start with Ms. Ola.
Thank you so much for the floor, Neighbors. Okay, hello everyone. This is Ola Al-Haj, CEO and founder of Renewable Project. Okay, so I'm going to be speaking about my project, which is one of the first projects that's specifically specifying in plastic pollution awareness and campaigns and making an impact on research in that. For that, we work with 100 volunteers across Syria to tackle and to capture plastic pollution on the coasts and the land, and we collect data. We work on raising awareness about plastic pollution, and we empower youth to be the leader in the climate action field. So our work is a foundation where many initiatives have been launched after that, and I'm so honored to talk about this in this COP, because we've just started 2 years ago, and now it's our second COP, and we're advocating for more and more for our youth.
That's very impressive. If I may excuse the other panelists to follow up with your question, and then we'll follow up with the general one. So, Ms. Ola, how do you envision your initiative or project being scaled across the Mediterranean? And what specific steps or resources are needed to replicate its success?
Okay, this is so important question, because we've been trying or struggling or finding so similar obstacles across the Mediterranean, and especially in Arab regions where we lack data, we lack resources, we lack support. So the obstacles of how we can scale up our project or our work in the climate or environmental work, we are like seeking partnership with a fellow organization that works on the same field, or we can collaborate on the different things, but we have something in common. So we're using mentorship, international mentorship. We're seeking support from international organization. So I think the best thing to do as a local NGO is to, or the national NGO, you can start by advocating on a national level, and then you need to do your research on finding what is the other organization in the region that has the same background as yours. So we're not going to work as Italy in this field, but we need to find like similar countries that have the same thing. Like for example, Syria has a conflict, and taking environment into consideration is not that a priority. So we need to take that into consideration before going into action and implementing. So doing your research, doing your things before launching, and then reach out. This is a real important thing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ola. Of course, context is very important in projects. I know you need to leave now, so thank you so much for joining us today. If we can move again with our question to our panelists, so the standout projects that included youth leadership in your own projects or initiatives.
Hello. So first of all, as IS World, we are the biggest association in the world in agriculture and related sciences. And we have like tens of global projects. They all led by youth people, especially for students. And in all of our projects, we are targeting the community empowerment, empowering women, reducing the food waste from the agricultural resources or in the households. And so for achieving our projects, so first of all, we are connecting with our local committees in each level, and in our structural level, in each level we have people who are responsible for the projects in their local country or regions. And this system also applies for the Mediterranean region, because we are also very active in especially Eastern and the Western Mediterranean. I'm also from Mediterranean region. I'm from Turkey, so we know we just apply the similar projects to each region. So sometimes people need different needs. Sometimes they have ideas, but they know how to turn it into projects. So we just work with. So I can give example of one of our committees. So we are training women in that village so they can learn how to cultivate culture mushroom. And then they're like small, simple and small scale projects, because we are all students, and unfortunately we don't have so much money to support everything they want. So we just support them in the best way we can do. And throughout this journey, we are training farmers, we are training women, we are training students, and they are learning how to make money, how to gain financial profits because of what they are doing. And so in that project, we are investing a very few amount of money, which I'm not going to tell now. But it's we just touch hundreds of people's life with the small amounts of money, because we just find something sustainable, like for instance cultivating mushrooms or some handcrafts. We are teaching all the women and people in the village. So this is how they contribute to their households and empowering their economies, and in their communities they're just developing it whole together. And we have around 40 projects now, and it was just one example of how we are working with our committees. And yeah.
That's very insightful, working to support women because they are most on the front lines. So that's very insightful. Thank you for saying that. Moving to Ms. Zvidana.
Hello. Okay. So on my side, I would say I come in more from the institutional, or let's say policy side. And what we aim to do in Yango through the conferences of youth is really to get all of these local perspectives and then amplify them and bring them to world leaders. And I would say probably my proudest achievement to date, and the way I got into this entire negotiation space, is through the 16th UN Climate Change Conference of Youth, which was actually the first year that we obtained the official recognition of the United Nations. And it was also...
Hello?
Is everything okay? Yeah. And as I don't know what's going on with microphones. Thank you. And it was also the first year that we kind of really institutionalized and got approval from the UN for our Global Youth Statement, and got the Global Youth Statement recognized, and now it has become our flagship policy document, which really integrates on every single level the inputs from the local level, from the LCOIs or local COIs, to the level of the regional COIs, and then up to the COI before the COP. So I think probably the most important thing, in my opinion, is also to be able to bring all of these perspectives here and then try to see what can be done, especially in terms of funding and resource mobilization.
That's very insightful, moving from the local level to the regional one to work worldwide for more visibility. Thank you so much for saying that. Moving to Mr. Bwai.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So I represent the Youth for Climate initiative, which was really born out of, there were youth consultations back in 2021 on kind of the sidelines of that year's COP, where they gathered young people with the Italian government. We heard the minister today speak a little bit. And so Italy, kind of looking forward to its G7 presidency, really committed to saying climate and environment was an area that they wanted to have an impact. And so Youth for Climate was born, co-created by and led by youth, right? And it's really recognizing that 1.8 billion young people in the world, the largest generation of youth, and are going to be most impacted by the effects of climate change. But they're also actors in their own communities. They're not idle, you know, they're innovative. And so Youth for Climate covers everything from local action and then also at the kind of regional policy level, right? And so the way that we do that is we do an innovation challenge where we award roughly, it's been 2.5 million in the last 2 years to local climate action. So young people leading in their communities, where they're able to go and they're able to interact directly at the community level and impact change across 5 different areas of focus, everything from sustainable consumption and production, renewable energy, nature assets, environmental education. So it's really widespread in terms of the areas where they can then have impact, right? And so then the other area that we measure impact is by bringing those same young people to events like this, where they're able to really engage and learn from that localized experience, right? So as much as bringing young people and centering young people, and this is a really, really timely discussion, because at the General Assembly just a few months ago, there was that commitment, the Pact for the Future, right, which is recognizing that young people need to be central in a lot of these negotiations and problem solving. And so we take that now a step further here at COP, which is focused on financing. And that happens to be a big barrier as well as capacity building. So if we can combine these two commitments by a lot of our world's leaders, this is really the time and place that as much as we often hear, you are the leaders of tomorrow, it can really happen from here on going forward, hopefully with some of the commitments that happen. In terms of impactful projects that I've seen, so in the last 2 years we've awarded 100 projects across 52 countries, and several of them are in the Mediterranean, right? And so one particular one that I've seen came out of Egypt, where a young lady was working on turning organic waste that was generated by hospitality industry into and kind of finding more useful ways for that and turning that into kind of a renewable way of using that organic waste. But there are several different projects. Those are some of the things that I get really inspired by, is how young people are rising to the occasion. They're innovating, they're being creative, and that's the kind of energy that we really love to see going forward and to be able to put in leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this successful story. I'm from Egypt, so I'd be more interested to know more about it. And of course, indeed, finance is a problem that youth face a lot. To join international platforms like here. So thank you for sharing that. If we can move now to challenges and barriers with Ms. Svidana. So UNGO makes multiple cooperations across many countries to support youth and raise awareness as well. So if you can share with us, what are the most significant obstacles that young climate leaders face in implementing their ideas? And also, how can decision makers help remove these barriers?
So I think the first one is clearly funding. I think that's on everyone's minds constantly. And I would first focus on funding, because I think that it's not only the fact that there is quote-unquote limited amount of funding. It's also the fact that oftentimes I think youth can get intimidated by the process of asking, of demanding actually funds for projects that are actually impactful and are driving impact on the ground and for scaling them up. So I think to not just talk about obstacles, but maybe give some advice. Do not be intimidated, and know your project well, know what you're trying to sell to your potential funders or investors, know what you're trying to do. Don't be afraid to speak corporate, even though that may not be your mother tongue, so to speak. But I think it's very, very important to know what you're selling, to know what your selling points are, and to know your worth, because many projects are really, really worth it. We just need to convince these people to invest in them. That's number one. But number two, I think this is where the barriers come in, capacity building. Do you have the necessary skills and the knowledge to know how to sell your project, to know how to sell yourself, essentially, in these forums where you can come across potential funders and collaborators and partners. And I think in that respect, governments can do a lot, and they're not doing, we really need to engage more with our governments, with decision makers, but also really leverage the youth platforms that exist, like Youngo, because we really do work a lot in capacity building, and we try to, through our COIs and other platforms and working groups, kind of fill the gaps where they exist, but also ask decision makers and leaders to help and to provide more guidance. And the third obstacle that I would probably highlight is the fact that language can be a barrier, and I feel more often than not we don't discuss it. Even in these spaces, everything is in English, it's kind of expected of you to speak a certain language or to be able to adequately communicate in it. And I think we need, more adaptability in terms of both language and accessibility to people who may not be able to in any way or form participate fully in these activities. And I think the last point that I would add is we need adequate policy. We need adequate policy that provides platforms for youth, that provides opportunities to engage. I would mostly highlight maybe potentially grants, micro grants or micro loans or tax incentives for startups, just to talk about more practical stuff. I think that's probably kind of the main points. And on that front, I'll just jump in and say this is why I think that it would be amazing if we could actually organize a regional COI specifically for the Mediterranean, because we have been working towards it and we have proposed it, and it's kind of out in the ether at the moment. So I think it would be amazing if we could make that work, especially given the NDC 3.0 process and just how we can kind of feed into that and use the moment and the momentum. So, yeah.
Thank you, totally agree. Maybe following up on the funding, if I may ask Mr. Bouai. So funding is mostly mentioned as a common challenge for all youth. If you can share with us what innovative solutions or strategies or partnerships have you seen or used to secure financial support for youth-led initiatives?
No, it's a brilliant question. You spoke so much on so many of the barriers that young people face, everything from language, it being inaccessible. So when it comes to financing, even language itself and the process, what the requirements aren't really youth-friendly, right? So oftentimes those requirements, they require that, you will have had X amount of money from the initiative that you are working on, right? So it doesn't really focus on NGO, non-governmental or community service organizations. They really try to emphasize on small private sector partnerships. And so that's one area. I lead our work on the private sector engagement and trying to figure out how do we get more financing to young people, right? And so in that area, and kind of emphasizing that as young people are growing these initiatives, it's really a win-win for whoever invests in them, because ultimately it's sustainable, it's owned, it's community owned, and so those are the types of initiatives that when they are owned at the community local level will oftentimes actually last over time. It's not a one-off. You come in and make an intervention that doesn't resonate with the community. And so even some of those private sector initiatives that young people are leading at their communities, they're really going to be for the betterment. They're going to be able to maintain and sustain long term. So trying to communicate that to private sector partners, as well as draw on their commitment, because they sign all of these green deals and pacts to lower their emissions, and so without it being greenwashing, really encourage them to say, here's a catalog of youth projects that we've been able to vet. You should be able to feel comfortable investing in them. And so that's really the next stage right now. As I mentioned earlier, with the commitment on Pact for the future of future generations, and then this COP being Finance COP, UNDP just recently committed to matching that 2.5 million that the government of Italy has invested since we launched the innovation challenges last year. Right? And so it's that recognition that, yes, we've been able to start the seed funding, which has helped these projects start up, but now how do we help them grow and go to the next stage? And that's where UNDP, as you know, because we were able to be the implementer because of our presence in 170 countries, our ability to be on the ground and support these young people, and kind of combined with Ministry of Environment and Energy Security's kind of commitment and bold commitment to climate action and energy. And now UNDP taking another look at it and saying we also want to financially commit instead of just being the implementer with the capacity and the infrastructure to kind of see these projects through. We also want to financially commit to it, and that's the message that I'm hoping to now bring to private sector companies and philanthropies, is to say the time is now to invest. You know, we're past the point. We oftentimes say global warming. We now say it's global boiling at the rate at which we're going. But the solutions are there. Young people are actively working, and they're really innovative, they're creative, so let's use that energy yeah.
Thank you so much. Indeed, partnerships, securing partnerships and making resources available is very crucial. If I may follow up with Mr. Alberin on what types of partnerships, be with governments, NGOs, stakeholders, private sector, or even international organizations that have proven most beneficial for advancing youth-led climate projects?
Yes, that's a great question. So first of all, as IS World, our motto is think globally and act locally, and we believe that like small steps in local level can lead a huge impact in global level and inspire others as well. So I think the beauty of our projects are they are usually small scale, and they are usually working with local universities or some few local companies, or sometimes we have some certain companies or institutions, they are supporting certain projects, or they have chance to showcase their projects in global areas with other partners we have. But the beauty of the good thing about small scale projects is it makes people brave to step in, because even if they fail, like they don't lose so much. But benefits are also maybe smaller. But it just makes people more motivated to step in at first, which is I think the most crucial step, just to starting a project. Because by the time when you get more experience, you can just grow your business project, you can look for external funds, etc. So just starting point is most important point. And as I mentioned before, we have project coordinators at each level, like local, national, regional, executive board. So these coordinators, they are just targeting and reaching out to members of our association who wants to start project in different concepts. So once we target those projects, we provide them all support they need, like how to draft their proposal, because we also see that even within our association, sometimes some regions are so good, some regions they need more support. So we just transfer knowledge and experience in each region we have among our members, so they'll have the same capacity of writing these drafts and proposals. Sometimes we'll have ideas, but they don't know how to start and how to make the SWOT analysis of their project. So we are helping them each step. And specifically for your question, we are, as young people, we are so innovative, and we know there is a problem with finance, and we know that companies, they don't want to give, or some people, they don't want to give so much money because they don't see benefit in short term. Especially for same goes for the sponsorships. So as IS World, so we are working in our organization, we are working on a very new type of sponsorship, which is so we made a deal with a person who's an angel investor and investing so much in agriculture, and instead of he's giving us a certain sponsorship in one particular country, in Japan actually, we are going to build an agriculture facility which requires less human interpretation. This makes agriculture look more attractive for young people because every region has different dynamics, and this project is built based on the different dynamics of Japan. But the problem, the point here is, so we don't get the entire money of the project, but we just convince them to build something which is produce something. And in this project, we will include our local members, like local farmers. They will have chance to get experience and make money out of it, and just become like better farmers or gain experience in their fields. And also, meanwhile, the investor will also get their money like in like 5-6 years, so it's just like, and after that we will just be operating it together. And I think if we can succeed this in like 2-3 years, I think it will change. It will like change our strategy for like approaching sponsors or partners, because I think it's the best way to have this kind of facilities to make money for your association or for your members. Because if you're producing something, then you are contributing to global food systems, because you are producing something which is sustainable, and your members, your people, because especially in Mediterranean region, the best things about the common things in entire region is the like good food, healthy food, nice weather, and unemployment. I think unemployment is one of the biggest problems in the entire Mediterranean region. Either it's like Italy or like Tunisia or like Turkey, they'll have the same problem. So it's also will be so motivating for new members or new like brave startups to see the success of other projects, so they can also be more brave and step in. And as IS, we will always be there to support our members who wants to start this kind of initiatives and projects. And yeah, thank you.
Very impressive. Thank you so much for sharing this. Since we're talking about partnerships, I would like to move to our audience. If someone wants to share any successful best practices or partnerships you witnessed in your own communities. Anyone? Any insights even on partnerships in your own communities, like challenges you're facing in securing partnerships?
All right, so hi everyone, this is Upendra from Nepal, and I'm working as a Food and Agriculture Youth Institute FI head. So when you talk about some of the youth-led project in our community level, first we need some of the proposal to deal with the local government. So what we face is like government has certain fund to be allocated for the project in the community level, but due to some of the political scenario that we are facing in the local level, we could not get the fund that we wanted. But we need go for a long run race, like we produce the same thing, like let's talk about the vermicompost that we are producing. We need like manage to grow the vermicompost for the successful 3 to 4 years. Then we got the focal point for the government. They notice us, like these youth are running successfully continuously for 3 to 4 years, and they are convinced so that after a certain year they are like trying to contact us, okay, we can fund you for the project. So what I feel is, to get the funding or to convince our partnership, it's very important to run our like work or the project for a long run, so that the people will get notice and provide us some of the fund. And I have an example, like one of the youth from our community, he's producing vermicompost for more than 10 years, and he has been successfully granting some of the fund from the local level and also from the provincial level, so that he could run those vermicompost for a long run. And he has been successfully providing those vermicompost in his community and also in the ward office and so many like reasons, so that he has got a successful like bonding and networking with the people who are in the government. And it's really great to see like the people and the youth are motivated to lead the project, so that it will really like helps to make the sustainable agri-food system. So that's the experience that I feel. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your share. I couldn't agree more, because I also work in the humanitarian field, and I witnessed that personally. Even with the students, after finishing my master's, I saw how students are suffering to find like support and funding in different communities. So thank you so much for sharing that. If I may go again to our panelists, if you want to share like one final keynote on partnerships or recommendations for policymakers to make it like more easier to support youth in climate projects.
Hello? Okay. So I think like it's so important, if you are searching for some partners or sponsors, that it should be win-win for everyone, and they have to show what they will get and what they will give. but sometimes people may like not really aware of this. So I think first there should be proper education and like trainings for the people who wants to go for startups. And I know in like many organizations they have their like incubation hubs, and they just bring all those young minds together. Also in many universities they have their own like incubation programs, and they just like reach out to people with ideas and they are guiding them in each step. And this just helps them to see how business is going to be like when they start doing their projects, and then what they can promise in realistically to their sponsors and partners, so there won't be like mistakes or like surprises. And because if there were disappointment, if a few of the people that you are supporting financially just fails what they promised to do, then you will also probably lose your hope and just like start not investing in young people. So we have to be sure that all the people who are going to start in this business, like they should be like fully equipped with all these risks, and just that they know what to do, what they can promise and what they cannot promise. So the starting all of this like clear at the first, it will just make all the process smoother and easier. And then so here's my advice, just to be more educating and training young people and including them in more incubation hubs, so they just like know what to expect in their businesses and projects, and what to promise to their sponsors. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Indeed, of course, there's a dual responsibility on individuals and also organizations to work on climate. Do you want to share any like final keynotes?
So I would probably add that while it's great to have partners from your sponsors and partners in, let's say, business, I think it's very important to connect with other young entrepreneurs and other young leaders. And it shouldn't be a competition, it should really be a collaborative effort, because we are all working towards the same thing. And I think the knowledge that you can really, the knowledge exchange that can go on between young entrepreneurs and people working on the ground is so invaluable. And they're, don't be afraid to reach out. If you see someone doing something similar, maybe not necessarily in your country or your region, but somewhere else, there is always lessons to be learned and knowledge to be shared. So really try to expand in that sense your, let's say, knowledge sources and who you can ask and go for help, because I think there is such a strong global network of young leaders who are willing to support and share and collaborate, and you really should leverage that as much as possible.
Man, you guys have such great recommendations. One of my favorite U.S. presidents, before he came to his term, he went on a talk show with Oprah Winfrey. And Oprah said, I'm going to ask this president one question, which is often asked in communities when a new child is born in African American Black communities. And she said, I'm going to ask him, are you the one? Are you the one who's going to change our situation, fix everything? And Oprah says, there's two ways you can answer a question like that. You can be really bold, yes, I got this, I'm the guy, I'm going to make it happen. You could be really shy and timid, too big of a job, there's no way I can do it on my own. And she said he answered it the best way he could. He said, I'm one of many. And so to both of your points, be in community with other young people who are doing this work. There is a global community. That's been one of my favorite things of being on the Youth for Climate team. We created an online community of practice, which since last year has grown to over 18,000 young people on there who are sharing resources, they're sharing experiences, they're connecting. There's often industry partners that are a part of that platform. So continue to seek new ways to engage with people that are outside of your comfort zone, that are outside of your community, to learn about what's going on and really build this global community of youth-led climate action. Download the Youth for Climate application. We now have an application. Yeah, so check it out. It's an easy way to stay informed. It makes it more accessible.
That's very great. Actually, as a follow-up, how do you think, like, if we can, in the era of social media and technology and AI, leverage using this for fostering partnerships? Do you think it will be beneficial?
Yeah, that's really our hope. Is so apart from the app itself, which is our way of trying to make it easier to engage instead of having to be on a laptop and to make it more accessible, our hope is that private sector philanthropies will also then be able to easily go on there and see a bunch of young people, because anybody publicly can go on there and say, hey, I want to talk about this work that I'm doing in my community this month. And on average, there's like 2,000 to 3,000 people who are attending those sessions, because with 18,000 people, people have really been engaged. at least in the last sessions that we've done. And so our hope is that we'll also be able to list a catalog of all of these solutions from all over the world that we've been able to map, led by young people, to make it just a little easier for a potential investor or anybody who's interested in, say, sustainable consumption and production, who's doing work in that area. That's a young person, and they can more easily find that. So trying to use the technology to bridge the divide a bit.
That's very interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'd move to our audience if someone wants to share with us what most resonated to your own experiences from our discussion today, or what you will take from our discussion today to implement more in your communities. If someone wants to share with us.
No, just briefly, I'll take it. Yeah, no, I really like your advice on telling people to be bold and just reach out, because I think between each other and also with investors or, you know, more senior people, that can be intimidating for young people with initiatives. So definitely this is a thing I will bring back with me, as well as tell other people, because it's so important. We need to overcome the imposter syndrome we feel a little bit. Yeah, so definitely this is a good advice, because we are always open to help each other, even if we are shy, and we should go for what we want.
Thank you so much for sharing this. I'd move back as a final keynote to ask our panelists, what legacy do you hope to leave for the Mediterranean through your work in your youth-driven climate action? If you want to share any final keynotes before we end our panel. What legacy do you hope to leave for the Mediterranean through your work in youth-driven climate action? What legacy do you hope to leave? Yeah.
Got it. I think it's exactly that youth are capable. You know, they're able to lead. They're brilliant. They're innovative. They're creative, and that they need to be centered, especially on this issue and topic of climate and environmental degradation. Seeing as much as young people will be the most impacted generation as they grow, and future generations, they also need to have that stake at the table. And so, you know, initiatives like Youngo, which centers youth voices, that's at least the hope, and that we are putting our money where our mouth is, right? So direct investment to youth projects of 2.5 million in 2 years is one of the largest financial commitments. And so our hope is that this starts to catch on, that, you know, we also can trust young people with larger sums of money to really push and scale their projects. So that's ultimately the legacy that I hope comes through from the Youth for Climate initiative, is to show that young people can lead and should be leading.
I think on the Youngo side, what we are really working on right now, and what we have been working on for a while, is I would call it institutional memory, because we kind of, Youngo is a very loose, it's a constituency, right? It's kind of like a space. It's not necessarily a rigid structure. So what we are trying to do is to preserve the knowledge that we have acquired over time. And I think it's very important if, you know, you can write something down, you can save a document, have a folder on on your activities that you can easily share with others, and that is accessible to other people. So I think it's very important to really have a strong knowledge base that we can leverage for the coming generations. For every next person that comes, that we have more to give to them, to equip them right away, so they don't have to learn something from scratch or to start from zero. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Final keynotes on what legacy do you want to leave?
Yeah, so as a 67 years old association, we are still part of that legacy that our older friends was building up in the past. So like as IS, our mission is just to empowering people in agriculture and related sciences. It could be like soil science, like animal, like water, anything. So our legacy, I think, is just it's like a factory. We keep producing and improving, letting our members improve themselves to become better professionals in agriculture and related sciences. And we just provide them so many opportunities. And our legacy will be just seeing that this, from now on, is happening in some levels. but from 20 years from now, there will be like more problems to be tackled in the world. And since we have like this huge network in so many universities globally and so many different backgrounds, those people will be working, will have to work together somehow in 20 years from now. And they have to be like working on some problems, and it's easier to disagree on some issues with your friends. So if those people, if the solution, find the solution makers are going to be like friends, we hope that it's going to happen in the future as well. So it will be easier to tackle these problems and solve these climate problems as well. So our legacy is just keep like inherit what we are doing and just keep our members like keep improving themselves. And I think also the other good thing about being IS members, since we are students, we always support each other, and there's no pressure. We always make mistakes because we are also doing many things for the first time as like young students, but we are always so understanding to each other, and I think our legacy will be just see that keep happening until the next centuries, hopefully. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your inputs. I'm personally impressed, if I may share. Yeah, you joined us again. Thank you so much for your inputs. If I may, just on a final note, reflect on my own experience. I personally impressed by your own contributions. So working on the field, in the humanitarian field, and being a student, a PhD student myself, I faced the funding challenges, and I saw how other youth are suffering as well from this, and also the importance of cross-cutting partnerships across the region is very important, whether from stakeholders from different countries, governments, and also international organizations. And also I'm a youth delegate with GCCM, so it's an extraordinary experience for youth to come here in international dialogue, and also to be supported by other organizations to come into international platforms like COP29. So thank you so much for being with us today, our panelists and our audience, and looking forward for future discussions. Thank you. Is there? Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, can we make some space here? Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you. So we can now proceed. It's very exciting to see you all here. It's an exciting day because it's not just a panel where you just listen, but actually now you will take a central stage in the discussion. So we will now have some focus group. It will be for the next hour. And are you energized? I think everyone is probably a bit tired. So can I have an applause or like a little scream at 3? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Maybe we need some stretching. So maybe if everyone can stand up for 1 second. Yes, please, please, please stand up. And then, okay, we don't have music, but maybe just, release the tiredness, the stress, do whatever. Yeah, make a turn, raise your hand. Okay, good. I think now we are ready to go for, not to go, but to stay, and we are ready to start the next session. So you can sit down again, thank you.
And we will have 5 working groups, one of which is actually connected online. The idea is that you will discuss by thematic groups problems in the Mediterranean region, and then you will really try to find some concrete solutions. Important to mention that this solution will actually be collected into a document that will then be presented at ministerial level for the Union for the Mediterranean. So it's really important that you bring your energy or your ideas into the discussion. We now have, this is actually my co-moderator for one of the sessions. So we can subdivide in groups. We have youth-centric, I will now mention the themes, and you can decide which one you want to join. We have the first one, which is youth-centric science and policy for climate action. That can go here with Manav. And I will also join that group. The second group is on renewable energy renewable energy transition, which is led by Yango, by Mara Gilan and Camilla Melis. So Mara and Camilla, maybe, yes, you can stay there. So those that want to discuss about energy transition and renewable energy can go there. Oh yes, we have the online participants, great. Then we have the third group on youth engagement in climate resilient adaptation and climate mobility, which is led by the Climate Mobility Community Action Network and UNDP's Generation 17. Our focal points here will be Josie Mirashi, Wara Iris Ruiz Condori, and Oguts Ergen. Can you please raise your hand? Okay, go together there. Then we have our fourth group on sustainable agriculture and food security, which is led by IAAS. And it will be with Kevin Valencia and Christopher Sawyer Bateman. Can I have you here, please? And then online we have our participants. Thank you so much for joining. To those that are connected online, can you hear me? Yes, okay, great. We see you on the screen. So you will be discussing with the KIEM and the Arab Council online. Just as a reminder, at the end of the discussion, each group will nominate a rapporteur that will actually bring back in an hour the results of the discussion. So yeah, just have fun, bring your energy, bring your ideas. We need concrete solutions for the theme that we just mentioned. So summarizing, we have youth-centric science and policy for climate action here, renewable energy there, youth engagement in climate resilience, adaptation and climate mobility there, and then sustainable agriculture, culture and food security here. So yeah, we will gather back here at 4:50. So just identify the problem in the Mediterranean region according to the topic, discuss, brainstorm about the solutions, and then we will hear your ideas back.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me with this? No, I'm just saying I am in this group, so somebody wants to join. Hello. You are in the same...
I don't think they will hear because they all have...
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's best maybe if we just...
So...
I think for the next hour...
1 hour.
Thank you so much, Manan. Thank you for giving me the floor and thank you for the invitation. Basically, I want to congratulate every one of us who did 80% of the job was done during the Arab Water Forum. So this is really the good opportunity to go forward and to complete the mission that we already started. I'm gonna let me say first that Manal, at your introduction, you mentioned, let's say, 99% of the issues that are really facing and the challenges. I don't want to repeat the same ones, like let's say the business as usual challenges, but I want to raise when I work in East Africa. So some of the main challenges, for example, that we're facing, it's the slow adoption of the innovation. So this is one of the things. The second one, if I want to say that there is a weak policy to support innovations. If you're bringing some innovation, there is a weak policy to support. That might be related to the government that are their policy, etc. And also the most important thing, which is their fragile foundation, their fragile economic foundation. This is basically I want to congratulate every one of us when I'm thinking and relating the main issues that are related to the Arab Water, and this is really the good opportunity to also related to complete some of the mission that we already started. I'm gonna
thank you so much, Ayman, and thank you for staying short, so I didn't have to cut you. Definitely, I think yes, weak policy support as well as like the not adapted political ecosystem is one of the challenges that is hindering the adoption, but also like the implementation of innovations across water, agriculture, energy, and all of these interconnected sectors. I would like to bring in someone from the Arab Water Council now. So Minna, please share with us some of the challenges that you see are very urgent and we need to discuss today.
If I want to say,
thank you, Manal. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I'm Minna Ghanem, a communication officer at the Arab Water Council, representing Dr. Amal Azad and the Arab Water Council. As you mentioned, all the challenges that we have faced and we discussed during the Arab Water Forum, maybe I will add more, which is the inclusion of the youth and the inclusion of women participation and to access more resources and technologies, and the collaboration with the stakeholders adopting maybe AI tools and sustainable technologies. So I will not add more to the panel. So this is.
Thank you so much, Ayman, and thank you for staying short. Thank you so much, Minna, and thank you for actually recalling on the necessity for us to invest in technology if we want to actually address these issues in an immediate way. I'd like to now bring in Luha, who's a water expert from the FM as well, to share with us some of the challenges across the sector and all of these interconnected sectors.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Manal. Well, actually, I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already well said. The main obstacles are mainly cultural and social. And I may maybe add the few gender-inclusive policies, because some water institutions like policy promoting gender equality for family-friendly practices. And here in the UFM, sorry, I think I didn't present myself. Hello, can you hear me?
Inclusion of women,
hello?
Participation and through academic
here in UFM, we're not looking at the problems, but we are finding the solutions. When it comes to the policies, I'm happy to announce that we just finished the elaborating of a policy brief regarding the gender inclusive policy, gender transformative approach, in order to build a roadmap, a changing roadmap to handle these obstacles in the water sector with women and youth.
Thank you so much, Luha, and definitely that's something that maybe we can touch upon in the solutions as how we can maybe like look into this roadmap and implement it. And finally, I would like to bring in Luca to present yourself as well and to share with us some of the challenges, but maybe the aspect of security in all of these issues.
Inclusive policies.
I'm emerging research fellow for Sustainable Cooperation for Peace and Security, which is an Italian organization which deals with peace-building initiatives at the local level and at the European level. Yeah, you mentioned most of the points already. I'm gonna build on them a little bit. So, water scarcity in the Arab region disproportionately affects youth and women, limiting their time and opportunities to work. Many areas, women and girls spend average 4 hours daily catching water, which prevents them from pursuing education and employment. And since it's women who manage daily water consumption for households, cooking, cleaning, they are key players in addressing domestic water waste. However, their absence in the decision-making process has led to a gap in practical solutions that reflect the realities of household water use. Then, you mentioned the need for data gathering, innovation, and of course, we need young people to be listened and to actually be able to pursue these initiatives, because there's, I think, more or less 24% youth unemployment rate in the Arab region, which is double the global average, which is a self-reinforcing dynamic which undermines both personal development and socio-economic stability. So, social unrest and social insecurity. And even when young people manage to develop innovative solutions to water security challenges, their ideas often fail to materialize due to insufficient funding, lack of access to opportunities. So youth struggle to secure state or private investment. I'm going to conclude. Lack of financial support, regulatory obstacles, yes, you mentioned. So socioeconomic security, water scarcity, waterways.
Thank you so much, Luca, and I think we've been very efficient in time, so thank you for that to the panelists. We've had identified some of the key challenges, and now we can move to brainstorming of the solutions. I've shared with you some of the key recommendations from the declaration that we can always reflect on want, but I think we have to be very resourceful and very pragmatic in the solutions that we have to suggest. So things that actions that we can implement at our level, but actions or also that we can push forward and we can see their outcomes in the short mid-term. So then again, I would like to start again the roundtable by inviting Bilal to suggest some of the solutions that you think are necessary to tackle the issues that we discussed, but in a more kind of action-oriented and on immediate or mid-term point of view.
Thank you very much, Manel. Okay, so building up on what I was speaking about, and you summarized it in the necessity of using or relying on data-driven solutions, using the innovative technologies. So in our countries or in the Arab region mainly, so we are speaking about the necessity to address barriers to the technological innovations, because many solutions that we are developing here we are based in Italy, so are really they may give a great contribution to the solving the existing solutions. But however, such technologies are available in the sense of software. But for example, when we speak about the hardware, when we speak about using drones, when we speak about using some components of the Internet of Things prototypes, let's say, to develop some solutions, and so are not that freely accessible in our countries. So one of the things to target is to encourage and to release regulations for more, let's say, government supports for new technologies adoption, and that can improve the water management in general. So this is from my side.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bilal, and definitely so investment in infrastructure and also policies to support technology. I would like to bring in Ayman again, some of the concrete solutions that you think we should put forward.
Thank you, Manel. Again, if I'm reflecting on the main solutions that we have to bring on the table, looking always to what are the issues and try to address them using some ideas. It came to my mind, which is to work on addressing the cultural barriers. So through is to talk to these people, try to make campaign, talk to them, and try to promote the gender equity in community when it's related to for example, in the agriculture or in water. And this can be a solution, for example, promoting the implementation of water user association. This is, I'm speaking about water, because the water user association, it's a kind of solution that can bring together all farmers. And if you go all over the world, the Arab world, you can find that all the members of the water user associations are males. So maybe why not, if water user association agriculture extensions as well can be including, but before that, it's not something that can be forced. It should be some let's say some campaigns can be to talk to people, to tell them that it is important to include women and youth also, because they are the future. Yeah, so that's the main thing that I want to share.
Thank you, Ayman. And if I may challenge maybe the other panelists by building up on your solution, as you said, awareness campaigns, and you gave an example from Sudan where it's embedded in the culture that women do not go to farms and do not work in farming spaces. So how can we actually make it safer if it is a safety question, or how do we make it attractive if it's also like a question of attractiveness of this sector for women per se? Maybe like the other panelists could touch upon that, because I'm sure that you all agree on the challenges and you would for sure agree on the solutions as well. And then like I would bring in Manal again to share with us some of the solutions that she sees necessary to move forward.
Yes, I actually agree with what Ayman has just said about the solution. The first and most important thing is to raise awareness and support education at a local level, both for youth and gender equality challenges, stereotypes. We need to develop community-based education programs, collaborate with the local NGOs, maybe to conduct awareness campaigns to emphasize the value of women's contribution in agriculture and entrepreneurship, climate resilience, to reshape perceptions about women's roles in agriculture. Also, financial independence is important. We need to support female entrepreneurship by encouraging the creation of microfinance programs for women that have their small businesses in the sustainable and the climate resilient sector, of course. Training also for in the financial literacy. From my experience working with rural women in Tunisia, we have a lot of rural women that they have their own projects, but they don't have any knowledge about financial management for their projects. So this is also important for their economic independence. And also we need to involve women and youth in decision making. This is also very important. Thank you, Manal.
Thank you so much, Manal. You've definitely summed it up. So we need community-based educational programming, and we need definitely like more focus on finance, so financial literacy, as well as financial support for initiatives that are led or include women and youth. I would like to bring in again Minna, and maybe like from the Arab Water Council perspective, what are the solutions that we can put forward that maybe the council itself can commit to?
Thank you, Manal, and thank you all of you for this insightful solutions. But drawing from the sixth Arab Water Forum, actually, well, I think we need to implement multi-dimensional approaches like enhancing regional cooperation, fostering partnerships to improve like we have right now, improve shared water management practices and promote equitable resources distribution. And like I said before, to adopt technology to utilize AI and predictive analytics and efficient water management, promote maybe nature-based solutions, integrated sustainable practices such as rainwater harvesting. And as for the gender equality part, we need to empower women in leadership. Like we had in the last forum, we had a lot of gender equality in there, which we had a lot of leaders, women leaders who advocate policies and mandates women's participation in this decision-making role and facilitate access to resources like implement tailored financial products and trainings for women, like Ayman have mentioned. And the youth inclusions, of which we need to engage youth in policy discussions, like create platforms for youth voices in decision making, something like the forum or more workshops or activities to ensure future focused solutions, and support youth lead initiatives like develop programs, fund and mentor young innovators in water and environmental technology. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minna. A lot have been said, and I do hope that this conversation doesn't stop here. And actually, like we do push for some of these actions to be put forward, because a lot of it can be actually advocated for, such as equal distribution of resources or use of new technologies and AI when it comes to advancing some of the solutions within the water waste management as well as water usage. I would like to bring in maybe Doha to share more on the policy briefing, which could be also catalyst to the solutions today, but also share some of the solutions that you see necessary to move forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Manal. I just want to touch upon on what Ayman said regarding the cultural barriers. We at the UFM, as I said, we don't look only on the problems, but to the solution, actually. I don't know if you can see the book here behind me. It's the Getaway to the Future of the Mediterranean. Through this book, we had created a concept called the Medusa Nexus concept, which offers a compelling opportunity to navigate through the untold stories of the past of the Mediterranean by bringing back the mythological female Greek creatures to the present, reflecting the complexities of gender disparities in the water sector and the welfare nexus as a whole in a very transformative way by inducing a behavioral change. I also see that it is crucial to talk about capacity building and training, and here not to confuse gender with only female. We have to keep in mind that gender includes both male and female. So it is crucial to have capacity building and training programs for both male and female policymakers, researchers, experts, and to enhance their understanding of the gender dynamics in the water sector. Special tailored capacity building should be also granted to the marginalized female groups when I talk about farmers, because they often lack access to knowledge, resources, and decision-making opportunities within the water sector, agriculture sector, or the welfare nexus as a whole. And we at the UFM actually we are trying to gender the UFM Water Agenda, which is the region's first agreed document in water. So we're trying to ensure that the gender mainstreaming there through an initiative that actually we have started back in February 2024, earlier this year, during the fifth Mediterranean Water Forum, in which we brought together, alongside with GWP Med, Kautar, the Center of Women based in Tunis, and the Prima, to talk about this important dynamics when it comes to gender and the implementation of the welfare nexus. Last but not least, when it comes to youth inclusion, I would like to invite you all from this stage to the Water Hackathon, Mediterranean Youth Water Hackathon, which stemmed from the strategy, the UFM strategy on youth engagement and water. This 3-day event will take place next year from the 25th to the 28th of February, and it will be a gathering for youth from aging from 18 to 35 to collaborate and create game-changing solutions addressing the challenges and opportunities within the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus.
If you can,
yes, just like two more words to encourage you to come, because it is rewarding. Young people would not only learn, but also will be rewarded. There will be like a big award for the first runner, around about €300, and the two runner-up teams will receive €1,000 each. Winning teams will also receive continued mentorship to refine and scale their solutions, ensuring a lasting impact. And with this I finish. Thank you, Manal.
I have to be fair, and also we have to make sure that we get a bit of like conclusion remarks at the end. This conversation is definitely very enlightening, and I would have wanted it to last more than 1 hour, but sadly this is the time allocated. If I am to pick up some of the points that you've mentioned, which is also building on what Minna had said when it comes to multidimensional approaches using nexuses, and indeed UFM did present the Medusa nexus as well as contributed a lot to the weapon nexus in addressing not just change of narratives, but also addressing some cultural barriers. I would like with that to bring in our last panelist to this round, which is Luca, also to bring in again some of the solutions from the security perspective.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to build on what Ayman said about awareness campaigns. And since doing some research, I saw that like youth-led projects have already demonstrated some success. It would be useful maybe to call previous participants from previous initiatives to share positive feedbacks and make them more attractive in the eyes of future future participants to future projects. And such projects like awareness campaigns, but also training workshops would surely be more responsive to security issues that the population is facing. And they would create job opportunities in the water sector by both fostering exchange of knowledge and collaboration among the Arab youth. And in order to ensure the establishment of these programs, we need to make sure that youth and women are part of them. And since I'm a part of a civil society organization, I strongly believe in the power of education. I would call for CV, for example, to collaborate with civil society organization to run campaigns that promote sustainable water consumption at the household level, to link with what I was saying before about women participation that should be led by women and youth, and to participate with academic institutions to create, let's say, incubation programs to maybe create on-campus student-led water management projects, offering mentorships and funding. And again, talking about funding, there should be more fundings allocated to youth-driven water security initiatives. But again, you were already saying it before, so I won't repeat that the fact that empowering youth not only addresses water security itself, but also creates jobs and fosters long-term regional stability. And just to conclude, just to build on what I was saying before, incorporate women into water governance bodies and fund education initiatives focused on household water efficiency would be very useful to enhance women participation in the political life of the society, and it would make it more responsive to the actual needs that we are facing. That's it.
Thank you so much, Luca. And with that, we will conclude the first session. So maybe some of the points that Luca had emphasized on are the support of youth-led projects. And that's something we already mentioned in the declaration, that we do definitely need data that shows the impact of youth-led and women-led initiatives so that we can actually push for that. We definitely need something that is mapping the good practices. So we say that this is there, we can scale it up and create collaborations and partnerships. Definitely for that, we will need incubators for the innovations and technologies. We will need mentorship programs and people stepping in to be mentors for these young people and these women in water. And then finally, also finance is a key issue. So we need to make sure that the finance is sustainable, it's accessible, and also available for everybody who's willing to contribute to the sector. And with that, I would like to call you again for very closing remarks. And I would like to remind you as well that me and Ayman will be presenting the key challenges as well as the key solutions that were discussed in this session the moment that we finish from here. So I would like to bring in Bilal once again for maybe last remarks and last conclusions.
Yeah, to conclude, I would like to mention 2 points to conclude what I mentioned before. So the summary is to leverage modern technologies like IoT and remote sensing for real-time and near real-time water monitoring. That is a key component for enhancing the conditions in our region, and the data-driven decision-making as well. So moreover, to include the young generation that is empowered, must be empowered and included in the decision-making process to drive innovative solutions to foster long-term sustainability.
Thank you so much, Bilal. I would like to bring in Ayman for last conclusions and last remarks.
Thank you so much, Manal. The first thing I would like to ask Duha, maybe if she can share something about what she mentioned before.
Regarding the Medusa Nexus, yes, of course, I will.
And finally, I mean, we already said we've already covered the main, or let's say main issues and solutions. The only one thing that I can say, maybe it's to invest in youth. You know, let's invest in youth and let's put all the efforts, because youth is the future. Youth, as you can see from this, from the participants. So we are the future. We are everything can start from here to change, to work more towards. Prioritize the collaboration and more to commit more to involve women and to work on having equity in everything. So that's all. So that's what I can say.
Thank you so much, Ayman. Maybe I will bring in Manal again for last remarks and conclusions.
Yes, I want to build up on what Bilal and Ayman said regarding investing or using the new technology to foster solutions for agricultural challenges. Also, I want to highlight uniting efforts, because I see that a lot of different parties and different institutions are working on the same topics. So uniting efforts would be crucial to address challenges faced by youth, women, and vulnerable groups in the water sector, as these groups are most affected by water scarcity, climate change, and limited resources. And we know women and youth, like Ayman said, we need to invest in these categories because youth is the future. They are bringing valuable perspectives and innovation. Although they lack representation in decision making, but empowering them will ensure more inclusive, sustainable solutions that benefit entire communities. As there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. We need to, in order to create a sustainable future, we need to, and we must foster an inclusive approach altogether.
Thank you so much, Manal, for these very powerful calls. And definitely, I think working in silos is one of the main challenges that we faced before, but we're all aware. And that's why we have representations from different institutions today to discuss some solutions that we can actually put forward together. And with that, maybe I will bring in Minna to speak and to share with us some last conclusions and remarks from the Arab Water Council.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all this beautiful. I think my conclusion is to sustain partnership, to collaborate with policymakers, universities, NGOs, and ongoing development, and to prioritize multi-stakeholder collaboration, adopting the AI and IoT, and to empower, of course, youth through targeted training, funding programs, policy engagement, and to let them harness their potential and innovative ideas for water management. So,
thank you so much, Minna. And I would like to bring in Duha again for last conclusions and remarks.
Thank you so much, Manal. I do believe that the cultural and social norms are the main barriers against the inclusion of women. So, in order to tackle this, it is important to have them, to empower them through training and capacity building. It is important also to call more for awareness campaigns in order to induce a behavioral change, because it's so important once to change the mindset and look differently at the things. Also, it is important to harness the technological trends when it comes to including youth in the water sector through the entrepreneurial activities and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doha. And finally, Luca as well, to share with us some final remarks and some conclusions from your side.
Yeah, just to conclude, yeah, to ensure effective solutions for all the issues we raised, and to limit the security risks stemming from water scarcity and from possible issues arising from that. It's crucial to prioritize participation of women and youth in policy making, but yes, this you already said it. It is also crucial that the private sector and the public sector cooperate to create common funds to fund youth-led initiatives, which are the most responsive again to our needs. And yeah, that's it. Like you already said everything. Together, yeah, we can foster sustainable solutions if all levels of governance cooperate. And just to conclude, because I didn't do it at the beginning, I wanted to thanks for the possibility of talking here today and for all your insightful talks, because it was really, really interesting to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luca. Maybe before I shift and share some of the key challenges and key solutions that we've discussed, I would like to bring in maybe the professor for any remarks you'd like to share with us. We've had your presence throughout the entire session, and we would love to hear from you.
I have already written an essay because I didn't really want to interrupt you, and I'm very biased because as an educator, I strongly believe in education and really training and awareness about all these crucial issues. And obviously, I am not really at the age to belong to your age group. And having said that, we didn't have these problems 50 years ago, and so we didn't have any reason to discuss them. So what I have heard, and I'm really proud because I'm sure that all of you are at the university, age group like Manel, and just keep up the great work you are doing. And I'm sure as the future of this planet, you are going to find the solutions to really solve those issues. And I'm very optimistic and hopeful that you will take the lead as far as this is concerned. So keep up the good work, as I said in my essay.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for your warm words, and we appreciate also your presence with us and listening to our discussions. But we indeed do need people your age so that they can guide us, so that we don't make mistakes that will actually cost us more time, because we don't have time. And for me to be very efficient and very pragmatic, I'm going to share with you guys some of the key challenges that we discussed throughout the conversation and the key solutions, because we will be brought up to the bigger group and we will be streamed again to the bigger group at the Midstream Pavilion, where we will share this, myself and Ayman. So some of the key challenges that we highlighted are cultural and institutional barriers when it comes to women and youth inclusion, access to education, employment, and leadership, and especially those in rural areas, inequality when it comes to resource access, lack to access to financial resources, and underrepresentation of women and youth in decision-making roles, policies and programs that are aiming to support both gender and youth equality often fail to reach youth and women in rural areas due to limited infrastructure that needs investment. Some of the key solutions is to implement community-based education programs and awareness campaigns so that we could challenge gender stereotypes and emphasize the value of women and youth contributions in agriculture, in water, and entrepreneurship for a climate resilient system, support female entrepreneurship and youth entrepreneurship by encouraging the creation of microfinance programs and fundings and providing the necessary training, involving women and youth in decision-making processes related to water management and agriculture, as well as interconnected sectors, and finally promoting policies and mandating to ensure youth and women participation in leadership and decision-making roles in the water sector. And with that, I think they're going to call us again to the main stage. I apologize for putting pressure on you guys so that you could stick to the 2 minutes, but I had to be very pragmatic so that we can make sure we cover the challenges challenges, and we do come up with solutions that are necessary for water security, gender equality, and youth involvement for a sustainable future in the Arab world.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manal.
Thank you.
So So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in our last event for the Mediterranean Youth Gathering. And after a successful opening and moving to a panel discussion, we had vibrant discussions, and also in the focus groups, I am very keen to listen to your suggestions, solutions, and ideas coming from the heart of the Mediterranean youth. I give the floor to Aurora and the colleague Mara.
Did the session start? Because we cannot hear people from the...
I think yes, they started. They are recording the technicians.
Okay, can you hear us now? Can you hear us online? Ah, perfect then. So now I give the floor to the participants, to the groups, to the facilitators, physically and online, to listen to your solutions, ideas, and what you come up with. The Mediterranean Youth Agenda is looking for your ideas. Let's see how it will be look like the Mediterranean Youth Climate Agenda. Or I have the floor. Yeah.
Yes.
To moderate.
Okay, so yes, I hope you had a very interesting discussion. We actually had, although it was a small group. But yeah, I'll be moderating this session. So actually, I will give the floor of my group to her. We discussed about youth-centric science and policy for climate action. So if you want to sum up our points.
Is this one? Okay. Hello. Okay, so we've talked about many things, like in the MENA region, a Mediterranean perspective. Policy making in our region is not that easy to include. Like, youth are not included that much in the processes. So one of the problems that we face as youth to be included in the process is we can start from the knowledge barriers, like reaching resources, accessibility to resources, accessibility to mentorship. As well, we are like facing the one of the problems we talked about is that youth are not that much on the same page as like the experts, so they need mentorship to walk them like by an expert, to walk them step by step, and we don't have that. For the solution, we've had summarize it in one of like we talked about the problem, and then one of the solution is to have program like national delegation program that has been and to be included in the NDC. So it's like a 4 years plan of including youth in the policy making systems and policy making processes, and started by capacity building, and then like working with them on each thematics. Or we're talking about climate and environment now. So this is one of the solutions that we have talked about. We've talked about as well, I forgot, but I can elaborate. We talked about many things regarding helping youth to reach, like, you know, as youth, we're not able or motivated to keep on working if we're not paid. So like we work on it for a certain period of time as a volunteers, but after that we need to build our future. So we're like more into private sector. So as I said, like social responsibility should be a law, not just like for private sector to take this decision by themselves. It needs to be a national law that force each institution, each entity to have this social responsibility toward educating youth and to involve them in internships programs that is on a national level and with collaboration with universities and private sector. Yeah, in general.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing, and yes, an applause for her for sharing this, and also for the virtual participant listening. But yeah, maybe just one point that also we discussed about how university and curricula right now sometimes are a bit outdated and don't really reflect the need for major climate action, for having the climate and sustainability background that we really need. So also that's another point to really raise awareness among people and youth. So let's continue with the second group, which was, let me check, renewable energy and energy transitions. So who will be the rapporteur for that group?
Energy. So you come to the stage.
And also, I just want to make a special thanks for the facilitators who have been.
We'll give them to give us also insights. How was the discussion?
Yeah. Okay, so if you can share your name and where you're from and what you discussed.
Hello everyone, my name is Monica Cuthbert. I'm from Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, and we had a discussion on renewable energy, whereby we discussed a lot of issues, but the main issues that we got, first, it was lack of fund in the renewable energy. How this lack of fund or lack of projects, most of people are now speaking about the plastic pollution and other climate change, but forget about renewable energy. So the solution is more mobilization on the renewable energy. There's where we can get a lot of projects on renewable energy, and actually awareness, to raise awareness about renewable energy. That's the first. And the second one was about youth-led project that can enhance the energy transition, where there was we raise on a scarcity in local language, that is a culture. There's a different cultures in happen in Mediterranean. And also, I gave an example in Tanzania, where I come from. Actually, some cultures don't allow to get involved into energy and renewable energy, where we get a lot of we get an inconveniences to this, and also technical knowledge. The technical knowledge about renewable energy. Most of the youth, they don't get this technical knowledge. They don't know. Most of them, they don't know about renewable energy at all. So this is also another problem there. So the solution is we need to get more knowledge on that. We need to mentorship the youth on energy and actually culture practices. Some cultures, they don't allow that. So through awareness, it can give a lot of knowledge about energy. And another one actually we talk about was high cost of energy. This high cost of energy depend on different areas. Now this high cost of energy, how is it? For example, in taxes. The energy that we are purchasing, it is in a high tax. So the government should check on how to reduce these taxes. So I got an example from actually Tanzania, where I come from. If you buy electricity at the end of the month, the tax becomes so high. So people usually make it comfortable to buy at the mid of the month. So there should be a lot of taxes on the energy consumption when you buy the energy, and a mechanism for reducing taxes for moderating energy consumption. This is in all countries, actually, I'm talking about. And also lack of awareness on the importance of energy transition. There should be improvement of the communication, that is knowledge, as I said before. Also the government campaigns. The government should enhance more uses of renewable energy. For example, also in Tanzania, our president is now campaigning on clean energy. What she's doing now, she's providing the gas cooker to these local women who are cooking on the street, for people who are working on the street workers. So she's providing that gas to them. So the government also should involve into this campaign, because the government is involving in a lot of other climate issues, but forgetting about the renewable energy. So through that, it can help to improve more knowledge and getting more fund and more projects of renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica, and let's make an applause for her and for her group for sharing these ideas. There was a lot about education, awareness about renewable energy, and also I love that you share the personal experience with your country. We now go to the third group, which was youth engagement in climate resilience, adaptation and climate mobility, which was led by Josie, Warairis and August. So please, who is the rapporteur for this group? And please say your name and the country and the main points.
Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Hi everyone. My name is Lisa, and I'm from the United Republic of Tanzania, representing the group that worked around the climate resilience, adaptation, and mobility. So I'm going to mention a few challenges. One of them being there is a high population of people in the Mediterranean area are marginalized groups that include youth, children, and women, as well as the elderly, which makes it hard for them to become more resilient to climate-related impacts. And secondly is there's extreme flooding and weather events, also forest fires for areas with naturally occurring forests due to high extreme temperatures, which tend to make such wildfires happen that cause, displacement of people, ecosystem destruction, and loss of ecosystem services. And with these solutions that we have come up with are actually general and applicable solutions. One of them includes the transformation of global solutions to fit each and every local community, which means that for all the decisions and solutions that take place in international conferences such as COP should be able to be transformative and actually flexible to fit each and every community that should adapt to certain solutions as they see fit. And secondly, to enhance the livelihood of communities that are faced with climate-related impacts. And this is done by enhancing their livelihood strategies, such as income diversification, whereby people that depend on certain economic activities divert into other economic activities that will aid them to become more resilient and enhance their livelihood. That, in turn, it reduces climate migration. Also, there is funding for climate refugees and mapping their demographics from where they come from and to where they're headed to, which means that these funds will help them cater to their needs according to the new cultures, the new areas, and the new activities that they look forward to performing. Also providing education to communities about sustainable livelihood and sustainable practices that will aid them to become more resilient and adapt to climate related.
I want also to invite Hayat to the stage because she was also. Yeah. I want to invite her. She's from your group to complement also on that point because she's from Tunisia, which is Mediterranean pearly, and she can give us complementary to what you said about that discussion.
Okay,
please,
welcome.
Hayat.
Thank you. I present myself. I'm Hayat Bakouche from WWF North Africa. I'm Climate Change Project Officer. So I was part of this group, and maybe I can summarize that it was Turkey, also Egypt, and I think we have common challenges, but in different topics, and we have solution also similar. So we think that collaboration between countries of Mediterranean is urgent, and thinking about innovative solution from youth is important because we are talking about mobility. Another point is thinking about socio-economic issues. So youth have to be supported in solutions that enhance their incomes, supporting their knowledge how to start their green startup, for example, in two pillars, in capacity building issues and also finance. So finance is the big challenges for Mediterranean and other countries in the world.
And for this COP also.
Exactly. So yeah, let's work together. Because a country or youth from Tunisia alone or for North Africa, it's not enough. So we have to be collaborating with North and South Reef of Mediterranean.
To comment on that, how you think about the challenges of the Mediterranean after that discussion? How you think about that experience?
For me, I think the same challenges that the Mediterranean would face could be similar to the challenges faced in other coastal communities. For example, we could have something like saltwater intrusion along the coastal communities that makes their land not more fertile or not arable anymore. So I think despite the fact that we're located in different ends of the world, but with the same regional characteristics, we're likely to face the same impacts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Please an applause for the two of them. We had different views, right, from Africa, but also from Tunisia. So I think it's great because they were really complementary. So we can now move on to the. Actually, I would like to engage with the online participants so that we change a bit the focus. So hello, can you hear us? Yes. So you guys discussed about water security, gender equality, and youth inclusion. So the discussion was led by Kiam and the Arab Council. So can you share what challenges have you identified for the Mediterranean? And what concrete solution did you
Yes, I
find?
prefer we start by Manal, by telling us how was the experience virtually, so you can share with our delegates here on site, how was the experience, and after that we move to the answer on the question of Aurora.
Thank you so much. My name is Manal Binani, and I'm the Youth and Culture Manager for Africa Foundation. The experience was really interesting, and it was a very engaging discussion. I think I was lucky that the panelists were very pragmatic, and they did respect the time. So we did manage to touch upon some of the key challenges and also the solutions that we can put forward to address them. And my colleague also, Bilal, my colleague Ayman is going to join me to present as well. And he's the water management expert in Siam Bari, Italy. And just to emphasize, the session today was a bit special than the other workshops that you've had, because we had discussed the declaration that was put together during the 6th Arab Water Forum. So we started with that, and we tried to discuss some of the most urgent challenges that were already mentioned in the declaration, but also some of the recommendations and how we can actually push forward to actions that can support those.
Thank you, Manal, for sharing this. So now, Ayman, right? You will speak? Yes.
Ayman and Bilal.
Bilal?
Thank you so much. It's going to be so. First, as Manal said, it was despite the fact that we had 2 minutes just to bring up all 2 minutes per participant to bring the challenges that are faced in what is related to water security, youth engagement, gender equality, and also to bring what are the solutions that we envisage and we see when it's related to those previously mentioned challenges. So the discussion is not didn't stop here. Maybe future sessions they're going to be organized together with the Arab Water Council in order to finalize what we already started in the 6th edition of the declaration in the Arab Water Forum in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, I hope that from this we can build upon and go forward to finalize the mission that we already started.
Yeah, sure. I think it's. I don't know if you guys see me. Maybe I should. But yeah, I think this can be the beginning of further collaboration. Does anyone else that is connected online would like to add anything to the discussion?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe very quickly, because me and Ayman did not really touch upon some of the key challenges that were discussed. Maybe we can share with you
Yes,
very quick.
that would be great. Thank you.
Solutions. I could start with the challenges, and Ayman have been bullying me on that women bring in problems and men will bring in the solutions, which I think is the opposite. However, I will share some of the concerns and challenges when it comes to achieving water security, gender equality, and youth inclusion in the Arab region. First, we discussed cultural and institutional barriers that limit and hinder women's and youth empowerment, access to education, employment, and leadership positions, especially when it comes to rural areas. The inequality when it comes to resources access, lack to access to financial support, and underrepresentation of women and youth in decision-making roles. And finally, policies and programs that are aimed at supporting gender equality or youth empowerment often fail to reach rural areas, so they fail to actually achieve their outreach objectives due to limited infrastructure and lack of tailored approaches. And then, I will leave the floor also to Ayman to follow up on the solutions.
Yeah, so basically, while the list of challenges on water security, gender equality, and youth inclusion, especially speaking in the Arab world, the list is long, and those challenges are undeniable. And those problems, working on those problems, knowing what are the problems, starting from the gaps, we can transform them into opportunities if we look for a sustainable development. So we came up and we thank, first, I want to thank all the participants who helped to build and to suggest those solutions. We came up that we need to implement community-based education programs, also awareness campaigns in order to challenge gender stereotypes and emphasize the value of women contribution in agriculture, entrepreneurship, and climate resilience. Also, we suggested that we need to support female entrepreneurship by encouraging the creation of microfinance programs and providing training in financial literacy in rural women in rural areas that is targeting the women in those rural areas. We looked into involve women and youth into the decision-making process as well, when it's related to water management in agriculture, and also water management, water security, and agriculture. And finally, we need to promote policies and mandates that ensure women participation in the decision making in the leadership, which is giving the women the role to be one of the pillars in the water sector. So the overall focus in addressing the cultural, the institutional, and the resources barriers that are faced by women and youth, while empowering them through, as the professor suggested, the education, which is the main thing, financial support, capacity building, create greater inclusion for decision making. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want just to invite also our expert from UFM who's with us, just to give us a comment on the importance of having a water, environment, and blue economy agenda for young people in the Mediterranean.
Hello?
Marhaba. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I touched upon the UFM Water and Youth Engagement Strategy, which is a strategy that was launched almost a year ago, and it has the main objective to empower youth to overcome the barrier that are hindering them to become entrepreneurship in the water sector. This strategy has three main objectives, which are how to attract the talent, how attract young people to the water sector, because many young people, they're not aware of the plethora of activities that could be found in the water sector. We are empowering them in terms of politically speaking, because it is important for them to be meaningfully involved in the political era. And last but not least, the mentorship and the training, because it's crucial to have them to bring them the knowledge and the know-how in the water sector. These three objectives, in order to achieve these three objectives, they are accompanied by 9 programs. So it means that every objective has its own 3 programs. Well, I don't remember all the programs, but I do remember that one of these programs is to secure a seat for young people, for one of young representative to be in the task forces of the UFM water agenda when it comes to the ministerial meetings and so on, just as a way to push the contribution and involvement of youth in the political arena. From this strategy, I have mentioned already, I don't know if you heard me, regarding the youth hackathon. It's going to be a 3-day event taking place next year from the 25th to the 28th of February in 2025, and it is dedicated to create sustainable solution with lasting social and environmental impacts. This Mediterranean Youth Water Hackathon will gather and is inviting young people aging from 18 to 35 to collaborate and create game-changing solutions addressing the challenges and the opportunities within the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus. Why you should apply? Because to contribute to real-world impact, and in order to design solutions for urgent water, energy, food, and ecosystem issues. I mentioned already that there will be a reward. The most promising solution will be selected on the final day and will receive a technical and financial support of 3,000 euros. The 2 runner-up teams will receive 1,000 euro each. The winning teams will receive also continued mentorship to make sure that the impact will last. I don't know.
Thank you
just
so much.
like one more thing. Just why people should be in this hackathon, because they will gain hands-on experience with mentors and learn entrepreneurial skills to design thinking and sustainable business models to turn the ideas into reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, like the hackathon is one of the experiences where young people can learn skills and also get into solutions and practicing not only also working on solutions. And this is invitation.
Exactly. I would love to share with you the link so people who are interested can join and apply.
This is an invitation. If you want to apply to join that hackathon, you are most welcome. So I give to Aurora to continue on the group, and also I want to hear Mara, how was the experience, how was the Youth Mediterranean gathering, how was the focus group discussions? Yeah. We still have one group to present.
We still have one group, yes.
Okay, we'll finish with the group.
Yeah, let's go with the group first.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the online participants, and I think we look forward to registering for this hackathon. It looks very exciting and interesting. So we move on to the last working group, which was on sustainable agriculture and food security, led by Kevin and Christopher. Who will be the reporter? Please join us on stage. And tell us about what did you discuss? What solution did you come up with for the Mediterranean?
Hello everyone. Do you hear me? I'm Hajar from Morocco, which is a country of the Mediterranean region. So I will talk about something that we live every day. And I'm here as the representative of the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences. Our group we discussed youth perspectives in food security and agriculture. And we as youth group we discussed 3 main points. The first one was about the issues that this region face. The first one is drought and water scarcity. There is some soil degradation, consumption of food local produced, rising temperatures causing desertification, which lead us to have some biodiversity loss, of course, and climate change didn't cause only drought, but at the same time, she caused like some flash flooding events, and that's sadly what we see what's happened nearly in Spain. Also, an unusual precipitation events, and I'm gonna take Morocco for example. Last month we received a year worth of rain in one day in one region. Then the second point was about our food security. So the Mediterranean, mainly exporting countries, disconnected between production and consumption quality for local consumers. The second point was water shortage and competition for its use, land shortage and deterioration of agricultural land, increasing climate constraints and weather disruptions, rapid change in food demand in the production context with limited opportunities, marginalization of rural regions and frequent content towards farming populations. And the third point was about countries are not working together on solutions in the Mediterranean region, fostering collaboration and mutual understanding between Mediterranean nations for catalyzing solutions. So at the final, we propose some solutions. The first is to explore technology that stimulates sustainable production and manage irrigation with the technological solutions such as precision agriculture, use of drones, sensors, etc. And one of the solution is mobile applications for managing irrigation and extension services, carbon sequestration opportunities, and cooperative solutions. For example, shared knowledge and skills training, community refrigeration, irrigation, and this event is one example of the cooperation solutions that we proposed. The next point is this disaster risk warming systems and community-based safeguards. And last thing is educational workshops of managing water, for example, and we can do this training not only for water management, but it's about the life of agriculturists and will be how to take care of their health, how to empower their communities. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
An
so
applause,
much.
please. Yes. So yeah, we heard a lot of great ideas. What do you think?
Yeah. I think we need also to hear from the facilitators. We have three elements that I'm expecting them to give us their opinion. How was the experience? How do you think that we can push that agenda? And beyond the COP, it's not only about the COP. The COP it's only a platform where we can enhance and also we can amplify the voices of young people within the region. But I think the most important, how we can set up that mechanism of follow-up for our discussions and how we can work closely with the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean to push for that youth climate agenda. Let's go with Mara. What do you think? You can come to the stage, please. She was highly engaged.
Yeah, I was actually taking notes because I knew I would be reporting on this, and I was very closely listening to everything that you said, and I feel like just 1 second. I feel like a very important red string, red thread between everything that has been said is the need for capacity, the need for opportunity, and the need for funding. And when I say capacity, I mean capacity building, technical expertise, empowering youth to actually lead by first and foremost having the skills that are needed. We in the Renewable Energy and Just Transition group have discussed this, the importance of youth acquiring the necessary skills to be able to drive the just transition and be the agents of change that they can be. Now, when it comes to opportunities, I think something that was mentioned a couple of times was the cultural aspect and the fact that as youth delegates in this space, all of us are very much aware of the fact that we are fighting against intergenerational power dynamic patterns. We have this culture of seniority where also in the Mediterranean region it is very present, where the youth need to listen while the elders speak. And I feel like we are pushing our personal boundaries and also pushing the boundaries of the spaces that we inhabit by really challenging this role, because we see that there are many cases in which the youth need to be speaking and for the elders to listen. And the climate crisis is really showcasing this very, very powerfully. And in terms of funding, of course, for on opportunities also, one of the colleagues mentioned very importantly, we're talking about intergenerational relationships. Yes, there's this power struggle, but there's also collaboration, and mentorship can play such an important role in enabling youth to play this leadership role that maybe sometimes they don't have the skills, maybe sometimes they don't have the context, the view, the confidence to play. And the older generations can and senior professionals can really play a role in kickstarting the careers of younger professionals. And now moving on to finally funding, that doesn't need too much explanation. It's a wonder that we can do so much with so little. Many of us are youth, coming from the youth advocacy space, so we're very much used to working out of pure passion and conviction for our ideals. But this is not an ideal model. This is not sustainable. And many of us who have, tried to implement projects and realize that their conviction is not enough and their passion is not enough, know that the moment you have funding, and the moment you have support, you can actually succeed in fulfilling your mission. Exactly. And I pass it back to you.
Thank you. Moving on exactly from opportunities to possibilities, I invite our facilitator, Orgaz, again to give us, how was the experience? You can join us on the stage. How was the experience? How was the discussion? I know you are more specialized in the topic.
We saw that all Mediterranean countries has almost same issues. Our farmers are moving to big cities. Our fishers are not getting enough money, and they need more support about both finance and some trainings and educations, I guess. And for the solutions, we have to go local. We have to work with some rural areas about their knowledge. We have to increase their knowledge, and that's all I remind, I guess.
Thank you so much for sharing this point on knowledge. Talking about knowledge and knowledge sharing, we have another facilitator, Manav, who was in my group on youth. Youth inclusion in science and policy for climate action. So, would you like to add any remarks on that?
There is a huge gap between policy and science.
So actually, there were so many things that we talked about, like the lack of education, lack of mentorship, lack of funding. So these are let's say, like the common challenges that we had. But one of the positive things that we talked about in one of the countries that my friend is running his organization, and he noticed that once we as a youth, once we always say like, oh, government is bad, government is not doing anything. So there is a tendency that you don't get enough support from the government. But the moment you start saying, okay, we want to work with you, we want to collaborate with you, they saw the shift in the, let's say, perception in the government and perception how youth-led initiatives were rewarded. So it's also, it's a matter of narrative, like, okay, what kind of communication you are using. If you are always using, let's say, negative communication, which also, in social science theory, they talk about prospect theory, like how you actually convey your message and who is the audience. And if you tweak a little bit, there are positive, let's say, like the chances that, with the government, you can do much better rather than being in the parallel situation. And this is actually, like a normal human tendency too. People would not like to work with you if you're always just complaining all the time. And I'm not saying that we should not complain. We should complain. That's we say. We were in Youth for Climate with Aurora like last year, and the guy from Caribbean, he said, if youth of the country does not have problem with the government, there is a problem with the youth. And if the youth of the country have a problem with the government, that means there is a problem with the government. So we need to find the balance here, and it's quite, I would say, like a remarkable quote that I still keep it with me, because youth should have the critical thinking, should have the analytical thinking how to solve the problem. But sometimes it depends how we can, let's say, strengthen the processes with the government itself, not being just anti-government, but being facilitator of the government. So it was regarding science and policy, but I wanted to discuss this thing because I think this is one of the points that was not discussed before. So this was one of the point that we discussed. And Aurora already talked about, like, there is a gap in, I can share of my experience. I studied in 4 countries, and I have not been seeing, let's say, like professors are updating their curriculum. So it's really one of the biggest gap. Professors are still using the PPTs that they made 10 years, and academia is not yet ready to provide the skills that we need for today's, to solve like a today's problem. So this is like one of the biggest problem that we discussed, and I think I'm running out of time. So I think I just keep quiet now.
Thank you so much, Mana, for your contribution and participation. It's indeed important contribution to highlight the importance of bridging, of having a bridge between science, policy, and diplomacy also, since we are in the UNFCCC framework, so negotiations is part of that. I will end by Aurora. Yes,
I have the privilege.
Because you was
participating.
Exactly. Because I want an honest answer. How was the experience of having a Mediterranean youth gathering afternoon involving different stakeholders? How you see we can, let's say, improve this experience to have more impactful experiences on our countries?
Well, thank you, Hatim, for this question. I think this gathering that is bringing people from different backgrounds, even from different geographical area outside the Mediterranean, is very insightful, because it brings perspective that maybe your country, as a national country, you wouldn't normally see. But what I think is that this gathering should just be the beginning of a structured process where where these people that are here, but even more, can be consulted in the future. I think we often talk about youth inclusion, youth participation, but then what is really meaningful, that's a question mark. We see a lot of processes of including youth, but most of the time is ticking the box. So the challenge here is really, let's not just mark the box, but let's make something that is long-term, that there is a budget behind, and that empowers youth. So it's a two-way process where youth can be empowered, but they can also bring meaningful ideas to the Union for the Mediterranean. And yeah, I think it's super important. As we know, as it was already discussed, the Mediterranean is one of the regions that is facing the worst effect of climate change, actually. So we need to get ready for action, and as youth, as future leaders, we really need to bring this action forward. So this is my point.
Thank you so much. As we conclude this impactful gathering, let's us reflect on the key takeaways and the outcomes that will guide our collective journey forward. So the key insights, I think personally, after participating with you guys, is youth voices are essential in driving actionable solutions for climate resilience in the Mediterranean region. And collaboration across sectors, regions, and generations also in the cornerstone of the progress. And the last point, I think, is innovation and inclusivity are critical in addressing the region's unique climate challenges. Mediterranean is very unique. So to be actionable and to move to outcomes, I think it's important to have some kind of draft something. So I think after this Mediterranean youth, we can draft like a framework or agenda for the Mediterranean youth climate action, how we can together collaborate in a space in the UNFCCC framework as the young people. That I think it's critical and it's important. And the second point, I think, is the commitments from the stakeholders to integrate youth perspective into policy making and climate projects in the Mediterranean region is important. And thanks to the Union for the Mediterranean, now we have young people participating officially in the delegation and in the dialogue, political dialogue, which is important to have diverse representativity of young people. The third point is identification of practical solutions and partnerships to advance regional sustainability goals. So, moving from discussions to hope and the vision for the future. I think this gathering has demonstrated the power of youth to inspire change and deliver results. Together we are building a Mediterranean region that is resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking. With your continued efforts, we will transform ideas into impactful actions that benefit our communities and the planet. Honestly, we leave this event with energy and united by a shared vision for a sustainable Mediterranean. Let this be the beginning of a stronger partnership together, innovative solutions, and a collective commitment to create a better future. Together we can and we will make a difference. And before we end here, I want to send a special thanks to the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean. All of them are here. And also for the technicians for supporting us. Yes, please, because they give us that space, and also the partners of the Union for the Mediterranean, and also of the Pavilion, because they give us the space as a young people where we can demonstrate our solutions, our ideas, and also to have this networking. Thank you so much. And our journey will not end here. I will just tell you, see you soon, and not goodbye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.